I welcome you to this public forum. We've got one person with a question booked in, and we have one presentation. So, Kathy, I think you've got a question. Kathy Sedgwick.
Not exactly a question.
And then if we have time at the end, I know there's someone else, Irene, I think you've asked to speak. I'll just see if we've got time after the presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, please. Thanks, Kathy.
My name's Kathy Sedgwick and I speak on my own behalf on the subject of the TI Legacy Fund reallocations. In the May business paper, item 4.3, under footpath construction, $46,973 is allocated to an upgrade of the Disability Action parking space outside IGA. Staff have noticed this amount may be insufficient to complete this project, and if this is the case, where will the balance of funds come from? Also in the May business paper under item 4.3, curb and guttering and drainage, is a funding balance of $155,000, of which $80,000 has been allocated to works in Richards Park and $59,855 has been allocated to upgrade the Dart and Dudley Street intersection. There was no mention at all of the dysfunctional and dangerous disability parking space outside Oberon Pharmacy. At the meeting, it was resolved to transfer a further $20,000 to the Richards Park project, making a project total of $100,000, and a further $23,145 to the Dart and Dudley Street upgrade project for a total project allocation of $80,000. I add that up to be $180,000, an over allocation of $25,000. I note this resolution was subject to a community survey, but again I ask, where will the balance of funding come from, as that's not been made clear? Approximately 4 years ago, as a result of community need, a disability parking space was created outside the pharmacy, but to this day there is no corresponding access from the roadway to the footpath. A high gutter exists, impacting those using a walker or walking aids. It is difficult and dangerous for affected community members to lift a walker from the roadway to the footpath or use walking aids safely. Throughout council business of late, I'm hearing the phrases, back to basics, no new projects. Therefore, I wonder why money is being diverted from an existing incomplete curb and gutter project to a project yet to be commenced in Richards Park. The reason stated at the last meeting, excuse me, is that children need somewhere to play. This is absolutely right. But councillors, this is 2026 and the number of risk-averse parents who would allow their children to play near an open watercourse these days, few and far between. Richards Park has a pleasant walking track alongside the creek bed, but the addition of water will not make it a good play area. This needs to be left as green space and free up to $100,000 to assist with the remediation of current disability parking spaces. I urge councillors to take note of the feedback received through the recent survey. I ask that you rethink and amend the resolution taken in May and commit to remediating access to the Main Street disability parking spaces and not commence any new projects, especially considering the advice from staff that there may not be sufficient funds to complete them. There is little use in running community surveys if you do not listen and act upon the results. Just ticking boxes in the community engagement space is unproductive. It's the councillor's role to set the strategic direction of council and endorse various plans to facilitate that direction. Council employs staff to work in the operational space to implement those plans. Sorry. Why, councillors, are you not listening? Staff have clearly stated the funds allocated to some of the projects previously discussed may be insufficient. We need a measure of common sense here, surely. Focus on what we can achieve, listen to the community and council staff, finish what we start before embarking on something new. In conclusion, 4 years ago, council endorsed a disability inclusion action plan. That plan highlighted the need for compliant disability parking spaces in the town. Little work has been done since to ensure Oberon disability parking spaces were brought up to standard. This creates a huge risk to less able community members, but also a risk to council. Should an incident occur, and it well may, Considering the risk was identified over 4 years ago with no outcome, would, I suspect, expose council to substantial litigation. The Disability Inclusion Action Plan is currently under review. It is disappointing that the 22-26 plan does not appear to have been considered at all when the resolution to reallocate the funding within the Legacy Fund was taken by council. I wonder if the community-focused Disability Inclusion Action Plan reference group, who are currently tasked with improving and strengthening the next 26-30 draft plan, are wasting their time. Because councillors, that's certainly how it looks from here. And through the Mayor, I respectfully request that item 9.9 in tonight's business paper be put forward. Thank you for your time.
We have a presentation from Sarah Kelly. Thank you.
All this open, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sarah, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi.
So we're talking about the fishery. Okay.
My name is Sarah Kelly. Last year I did a Certificate 3 in Conservation Ecosystem Management at the Fish River Reserve. And while I was up there, I met Councillor Ian Tucker, and he recommended I bring my research to council. It's valuable.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you.
In bush regeneration, the resilience is considered the bushland's immune system, which with each change we make to the landscape, we cut away from the immunity, from the construction of the dam, clearing for farming, and construction of houses and roads. We have taken away from the land to sustain ourselves, and now the bush needs treatment in order to recover. As it stands, the site is made up of 3 different vegetation formations, which each provide their own unique habitat features: open grasslands, sclerotical woodlands, wetlands, and we can use the abiotics and remnant bushland to explore further features, vulnerabilities, and regeneration requirements. Here, I've included a cross-section to help illustrate the shift of abiotics and the vegetation community seen on the site. And here I've collected a few images of the types of animals I'd expect to see or hear on the site if we went up there on any given day. The site provides these creatures with a food source, shelter, and a year-round water source. The site's health is vital to these animals and many more's survival. We even have a few vulnerable species and near-threatened species on the site that are majorly affected by habitat loss and pollution. When we start to break down the site and start planning to carry out work, it is important to understand how seeds will travel through the site. Flora and fauna being the greatest contributors to this. Following the water and working in alignment with the Bradley Systems method to evaluate each area individually and holistically. Working within this, I've broken down the major weeds on the site into 3 main categories in order of severity for a clear picture. The first of these is the infestations: blackberry, Scotch broom, and greater periwinkle. While they do provide a role in the ecosystem, food, shelter, and erosion control, they can also cause a great deal of damage to the ecosystem, reducing mobility and outcompeting native plants. The next is the weeds that have the potential to become an infestation. These include inkweed and Japanese honeysuckle. Both are present on the site, but only minimally, and only in highly disturbed areas such as at the trailhead and along Genolan Caves Road. The main risk they pose to the site would be in the case of reintroduction of fire to the site. An ecological burn would be required to restore the site, but would have to be done in small patches and utilizing fences for native seeds to have a chance at germination and growth due to the proximity to residential areas and fragmented connectivity. These two weeds would be a high priority for pre-fire weeding as both germinate quickly and would be hard to treat post-fire. And then finally, we have garden escape weeds, urban weeds such as holly, thistle, purple top, and irises have encroached on the site. They are mainly dispersed by water, washing plant fragments and weeds down, and fauna eating fruits and dispersing them throughout the bushland. As a result, the bushland's as resilience is restored, the bushland's immune system will exclude a majority of these weeds, but in the meantime, we can work on treating them and removing the seeds from the site to prevent further loss of resilience. In conclusion, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this site to prevent further loss of habitats and loss of vulnerable species. While the site will never be restored to pre-European state, we can treat the major infestations to minimize further disturbance and restore the remnant bushlands resilience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Irene, we have time if you would like to. Question.
It's read a motion of the Oberon Sports Complex netball facility. The Oberon Council acknowledges concerns regarding the newly constructed sports complex netball facility and undertake immediate action to rectify outstanding works and safety issues. Background. Our understanding was the agreement for the new sports complex would provide facilities that were like for like or better than the existing netball facilities. However, the completed works do not currently meet the expectations. The original facility included 3 netball courts, ladies, gentlemen's and disability toilet facilities, equipment storage room, lighting on 2 courts, knee-high fencing on 2 sides of the court. At present, it appears the project is only partially completed and several key components remain outstanding. Items outstanding: court service quality and safety, photos attached, court lighting, promised spectator seating around the courts. Court surface concerns. Player safety is our prime concern. While concrete can provide a durable base for sporting courts, industry best practice recommends that concrete surface be coated with a specialised non-slip artificial sports surface system to improve grip, safety and shock absorbance. Concerns regarding the current surface: raw concrete is extremely hard on players' knees, ankles and skin. Painted lines directly on concrete can become dangerously slippery when damp or wet. The current surface may increase the risk of players' injuries due to its rigidness and lack of shock absorbance. Best practice for concrete sporting courts is the application of a specialised acrylic surface coating system, such as maybe a sports system technology or FlexiPage, which improves player safety, provides non-slip grip, assists with shock absorbent, expands court lifespans, supports safe movement, sudden stops and pivoting. Lighting: there is currently no lighting installed. This is inconsiderate with the facility provided available and limits the safe use of the courts during the evening and periods of reduced visibility. Insurance and risk assessment. Safety of players, officials, volunteers and spectators must remain high priority. Council should confirm that the courts comply with all relevant sporting, safety and insurance requirements. Fail to meet these standards would expose players to unnecessary risks and may increase compliance, such as injury occurred and insurance claims made. Only got 3 seconds. The mo- Okay, so, sorry. I presume, did I say that? Improve player safety, provide non-stick grip, assist with shock absorbance, expanded life expectancy. Have I done an insurance and maintenance?
Yeah.
Last page. Okay, the motion. The council provide a detailed update on the completion status of the netball courts, confirm whether facility delivered meets the original communication of like for like or better, investigate and rectify concerns regarding the current court surface, install the court lighting as a matter of priority, install the promised spectator seating around the courts, confirm that the courts comply with all applications, safety, sporting and insurance standards before full community use. Consult with the Oberon Netball Club regarding any future work required to ensure the facility is fit for the purpose and safe for all users.
Thank you, Irene. If you could give that to Sharon, if you haven't sent it, and photographs, and you'll provide a written response. I'll treat the notice made. I know it's in response to, partly in response to one of the items in the business agenda, but it also goes broader. So I'll ask the General Manager to reply in writing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. No further questions. I declare the public forum closed. I declare this meeting open. This meeting will be live streamed via Teams webinar facilities. Recordings of council meetings or parts thereof cannot be copied, recorded, reproduced, reused or transmitted without the prior written consent of the General Manager. The meeting is being recorded and will be made publicly available on Council's website. Persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory comments. Council acknowledges this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of Wiradjuri, Gundungurra and Darug people and respects the history and culture of elders both past and present. I ask that we stand for prayer, which will be done by David Walker, and I'd ask those who wish to leave, please absent yourself and we will call you back in once the prayer has been held. Thank you. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for the privilege of community and for the councillors gathered here this evening. We ask that you grant them discerning hearts and wisdom as they face the issues of our times. Give them the courage to act with justice, to put the interests of the community first, and to work together in harmony, even when there are honest disagreements. We give you thanks for the wonderful town we have here, and may we recognise the dignity in every person here. Amen.
Thank you very much, David. Clive, could you ask David to come back in, please? Just want saying that could everyone make sure that their phones are on silent or quiet or flight mode, please. A record of attendance. I note that all councillors are present for this meeting and there are no leaves of absence. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Hayden?
Yes, I would like to declare a non-pecuniary lesson significant interest in item 9.8, as I am the volunteer president of the Burriga Agricultural Bureau. I receive no remuneration or financial benefit from that position. Given the nature of interest, I will remain in the meeting and participate in the debate and vote. I also declare a second non-pecuniary lesson significant interest in item 4.3 of the confidential papers, as I am a member of the entity the subject of that report. I receive no remuneration or financial benefit from that membership and will remain in the meeting, participate in the debate and vote.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare a non-pecuniary interest, less than significant interest in item 14.3. As I'm a member of the entity in one of the confidential reports, I receive no remuneration or financial benefit from that membership, but will remain in the meeting and vote.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? If not, I move that those declarations of interest be accepted. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Graham, thank you. All in favour? We move to confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 19th of May 2026. The recommendation is the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 19th of May 2026 be confirmed. Mover, please. Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor Trembath.
Nothing to add, Mr.
Councillor Everest, you got something? No, okay. Any other issues arising? I put the motion that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 19th of May 2026 be confirmed. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to 7, Merrill Minute and Report. The first item is 7.1, Rescission Motion, Model Code of Meeting Practice. The recommendation is that 1, Council rescind Resolution 13-16/12/2025 as follows, that Council 1, adopt Policy 1101, Code of Meeting Practice, with the recommended inclusions, exclusions highlighted within the report. 2, note the submissions received during the public exhibition period and provide a response to the authors advising the outcome of the decision of Council. 3, delegate to the General Manager to amend any minor administrative changes proposed. 2, note that the Council's previous adopted Code of Meeting Practice based upon the 2021 Model Code of Meeting Practice is reinstated. And 3, delegate authority to the General Manager to undertake any administrative amendments necessary to ensure consistency between the Council reinstated Code of Meeting Practice and the prescribed 2021 Model Code of Meeting Practice. I will move the recommendation as a notice of motion, as a motion. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hayden. I think the explanation speaks for itself. I don't have to go any further. What we would have to consider in the future, depending on what the government's action is to whether we wish to take up any of the 2025 changes that are acceptable under the existing legislation in the 2021, which are acceptable, but that depends on how quickly the government moves in receiving the feedback and changing the 21 Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, no, Mr. Mayor, I support the motion under section 41(4) of the Interpretation Act 1987. A regulation ceases to have effect because of its disallowance. The disallowance motion took part in Parliament, and then we will wait to see what comes out of the following in due course. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this matter? Councillor Tucker, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's much point in worrying about making changes and having to go through the whole consultation process if we're aware that the government is likely to be coming out with a further revised model code in the not too distant future. So I think that made more sense to wait for that. A couple of quick questions. My interpretation is that now that we've gone back to the previous policy that we had adopted, that means that our established Works Working Party and Waste Working Party are now able to resume as they operated previously.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And also that we are able to have councillor workshops as required. So we'll be able to have a plant utilisation audit workshop and a workshop to complete our process about reviewing our financial reserves. As so they were previously resolved by council, we will be able to have those workshops.
We'll be able to have one, yes.
Yeah.
Workshops and pre-brief. Okay. Any other discussion? Not. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. I do note that from now on, the 2021, which was accepted by Council in August 2025, Code of Meeting Practice will apply to this meeting and future meetings until we're told otherwise. I'll go to 7.2 if I could then. My intention is to go to 9.4, 9.5, 9.7, 9.8 and 9.9 to bring those matters forward if I have a seconder. So we'll go deal with 7.2 now, then we'll go to those. So 7.
Repeat those again, sorry.
Well, they all deal with the IPNR and run up to it. So it's 9.4, 9.5, 9.7, 9.8, 9.8 and 9.9. And I'll give you those in a minute again, but I just foreshadowing that. So we'll deal with 7.2 quickly. 7.3 we'll leave until we dealt with those. 7.2 is the Merrill Minute Report, June 2026. The recommendation of report item 7.2 is received information. I move it as a motion. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. I think it speaks for itself, and I'm quite happy to answer any queries anyone has on that Merrill minute. Councillor O'Connor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It does speak for itself. There's just two small matters.
Yes.
On the 13th of May, Gavin Jeffries, will we be providing him with a letter requesting a draft paper noting the land areas on which rates may apply?
We've asked that.
We've asked that. Thank you.
We have sent that to him, and it was in the same manner, as you'll recall, we had a Pines meeting a week ago. And the questions I raised in that to him were contained in the email that I had sent to him.
Thank you. And secondly, just a little bit of an update in regards to the men's shed proposal to get a new men's shed.
Yeah.
Councillor Trentabath, Councillor Lee and myself went to Blaney. It was just a fantastic morning. We were greeted by the president who showed us around. They've got a magnificent structure there. In comparison to our own here, which is there's 42 or 43 members, and they can't get into the shed.
Right.
Basically, it's just beyond use, and it's a growing club. So look forward to our support, council support. Thank you.
You've written a paper on that, or has there been a paper on that?
No, David McMurray.
I saw David, yes, sent something. Yes, yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I was just I have a few queries here.
That's all right.
19th of May, Edith Rec Ground Trust, Jackie Harmon and Ray Fitzpatrick. Could you explain anything that may have come from that meeting, Edith?
They asked if there was any means of supporting Edith in that regard, and we indicated that we could assist with grants or other opportunities. They were interested as to whether they could be considered to come within the parameters of a village fund, which we indicated such a proposal would have to go before council, and that there were a number of smaller areas in the Oberon Council area similar to Edith, and we had at this stage designated 3 areas: Black Springs, O'Connell and Burriga, as basically villages and recipients of the village fund. So we are working with them to look at whether there are grants opportunities to assist them, and we've said council will assist with, helping them put in grants for those works there.
Okay, thank you. And just the other 2 queries are under correspondence. 15th of May, Renee Hatton regarding the condition of Bosworth Falls Road, and the 18th of May, Science Week community event planned in Oberon.
So the Renee Hatton request urgent attention. I don't believe we've replied to that. I've sent it to the general manager and the technical services director working on that.
We can provide those correspondence to council.
Yeah, we can provide the correspondence. Do you want the correspondence?
Oh, no, that's okay.
We have to, but I think we're still we have to reply. Yeah, we are. I was trying to get some assistance on that. Yes.
And the other was just in relation to the invitation to officially open the Science Week with Open Citizen Science Network, the 18th of May.
I've replied to that and said, yes, I will be there.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Right. Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
Just the one with Green Hatton. I think council needs to go and do a physical visit of the site when works parties commence again.
Okay. James. No, well, I think, yes. I think Councillor McCarthy is taking a physical inspection of Bosworth Falls Road and the state of it, taking into account Renee Hatton's comments on the state of the road. Am I got you correctly? Yep. Any other comments? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Could I have someone please to, I'm proposing that we bring 9.4, 9.5, 9.7, 9.8 and 9.9 forward now. I move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Any discussion on that? If not,
On 9.4.
no, on bringing them forward. Bringing them forward. All right. I put the motion that we bring those forward. All in favour? Councillor McCarthy, you in favour?
Yeah, I'm in favour, but I've got to find the damn thing now.
Okay, well,
Page number
192.
192.
all right, I think that was unanimous. So if 9.4 is met, and why we're bringing those in is we've asked not for 9.9 to be brought forward, but unfortunately there are a whole heap of, a lot of recommendations of full motions that will flow into 9.9, so we have to deal with those first. Sorry, I should have explained that before my proposal to bring it forward. All right, 9.4. Mayoral and councillor fees. Recommendation is that council, and I note that there's a change to, there was an error, so I'll read the recommendation with the change. That council, one, accept a 3.7% increase to mayoral and council fees for the 2026-27 financial year in accordance with the determination by the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal for the 2026-27 operational plan. And should that motion be accepted, 2, endorse the councillor and mayoral monthly allowances for 2026-27 financial year as 1,091.06 bracket $13,092.72 for each councillor and $2,380.39 bracket $28,564.68 per annum for the mayor exclusive of superannuation. So I think we should deal with these separately. So I will, it's going to have a motion in relation to one, please. Councillor Hayden. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy with the recommendation as it is. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last year we waived our increase. I've just got a question to the Director of Services through you. Is it possible to some of our salary split that to a community organisation in Oberon?
Through the chair, we've had a few questions in and around that. I think the general advice was that there is some challenges in our payroll to undertake that function. So that was the advice to pay that on the cost of the facility. Yeah.
Right, so you're seconding. Any other discussion on this one? Councillor Trimble.
If this motion is accepted, I will be donating my increase to the men's shed.
Item 5.
Yes.
Yes, I just want to give a right of reply. I do know that there have been some other councils within the Central Tablelands and Central West. So any of the increases that the council had received, they have privately been donating to any charity.
Okay, I put the motion. All in favour? Councillor McCarthy, you're against?
Yeah.
Right, Councillor McCarthy's against. Sorry, are you against?
Favour of the increase.
Yes, number 1 against the increase. So Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Lee are against. So as the motion has passed, I will then go to 2. Can I have a mover for recommendation 2? Councillor Hayden. Councillor O'Connor? No, right, Councillor Lewis, right.
Yes, as per the
That was
recommendation.
a recommendation.
And the
Thank you.
figures that you had quoted earlier. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further.
Nothing further.
Nothing further? I put motion 2. All in favour? Carried by all councillors except Councillor McCarthy. Okay, we move to 9.5, Carrick member fee 2026-20.
282, Clive. 282.
2026-27. Recommendation that council accept a 3.7% increase to audit risk and improvement committee member fees for the 2026-27 financial year in accordance with the determination by the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal for the 2026-27 operational plan. Have a motion, please. Councillor Hayden, Councillor O'Connor. Yes, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to accept the recommendation as it sits. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Further.
Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried by all councillors except Councillor McCarthy. 9.6 we do not have to deal with at this stage. We go to 9.7. New fees and charges, Oberon Fitness and Leisure Centre. The recommendation is the council place the proposed fees and charges to the Oberon Fitness and Leisure Centre on public exhibition for 28 days. 2, endorse the proposed fees and charges as presented if no submissions are received during the exhibition period. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Trembath, Councillor O'Connor. Thank you.
I'm more than happy with that and just put it on public exhibition.
Cool.
Thank you. Nothing further to add.
Is other discussion on this? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 9.8, section 356, donation program submissions. The recommendation is the council, 1, note the 2
I have
submissions.
an alternative. Sorry.
I started to read it, councillor. And you can put as alternative. Note that the 2 submissions received during the execution of the section 356 financial assistance program. 2, support funding the late application from St Vincent de Paul Society to a total value of $500, consistent with the recommendations of the section 356 evaluation panel. 3, increase the total funding allocation for the program to $39,625 to accommodate the late application from St Vincent de Paul Society. Move it, please. Councillor Trembath, Councillor O'Connor. Yes, Councillor.
Yes, I'd just like to acknowledge and respect the differing views that I've seen. But I'd also like to thank Councillor Elevis and Councillor O'Connor, together with the Director of Corporate Services, for their work. There's always very difficult decisions, but I believe what the outcome they've come to is equitable, and these donations play an important role in supporting our local community organisation and delivering real benefit for us. So thank you very much.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only comment I'd make on this stage at this stage is that in making our deliberations, it's not easy, and there's a number of things to weigh up. It's not a singular factor, so in each of those decisions, there was many factors to weigh up, which I think we've tried to attend to. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I have an amendment, Mr. Mayor. Sharon has the amendment which was sent through as an alternative.
So if I read it, I think the. Do you need a second? Well, I'm going to read it and then search it. I'll read it and then see if you note that council 1, note that submissions received during the public exhibition period. 2, adopt the section 356 financial assistance program with the following amendments: Roman 1, Black Springs Community Association $825 towards annual insurance costs. 2, the Commonwealth Public School P&C $825 towards annual insurance costs. Roman 3, Oberon Matters, $500 towards the provision of independent local community news and information. Roman 4, Oberon Rotary Club, $1,000 towards community signage improvements. Roman 5, Barriga District Community Association, $1,000 towards community wall awnings. 3, confirm the St Vincent de Paul Society allocation of $500 as recommended by the section 356 evaluation panel. 4, increase the total 2026-2027 section 356 financial assistance allocation to $43,775. Is that your amendment?
Yes,
Do you have a seconder? The amendment lapses if there is no seconder. The amendment lapses, so we go back to the original.
May I speak to the original?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to put forward the alternative motion that I've had. I don't agree with the funding as it stands. We have the O'Connell Community Association getting insurance costs paid. The O'Connell Public School wish to apply for a grant for their insurance costs. Oberon Matters wish to apply. Oberon Rotary Club for their signage improvements. Barriga District Community Association for the hall awning project, which benefits all out there. and the Black Springs Community Association regarding the insurance. And I don't find that the allocation that has been put forth by the panel has been fair and just across the board.
I don't think.
We have set up we have a policy, we've set up this evaluation panel. They were put in place by a resolution of this council. And I don't believe you are entitled to be disparate towards the members of that panel.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I withdraw any disparagement that you think that I have said. I don't believe that it is the duty of a panel of two councillors to make the final decision in relation.
That was a decision and a resolution of this council to appoint that panel and to make recommendations.
Within the policy, Mr. Mayor, it actually states that the final decision is all of council.
And that's why the whole thing is here in front of you to make that decision. But the recommendation of the policy panel has been, of the evaluation panel has been made. And we are here to now determine to agree with that, with the change.
Okay, so I'll finish my statement, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the panel's decision. I disagree with the outcome of what is presented to us because I do not personally believe that it was fair and just across the board toward the other applicants that had applied for grant funding. And I do hope moving forward into the next set of grant funds that it can be looked at in a broader aspect so that those that are being awarded particular grants, such as insurance, can be applied to others in a fair and transparent manner. Thank you.
Is there any, I think you were second or for proposal? Yeah, but you've already spoken. Any other discussion? You want to write a reply?
Well, I will actually, because I'm a little bit tired of the O'Connell community being highlighted every time we have the 356 donations. And I thought what went through was very fair. The insurance has been paid for at least 7 years, and it relates to them not having a community hall. And it also covers a number of events that take place in the community. So it is only fair. The other, Black Springs has a community hall. They don't need to apply for that. B&C. So I'm very happy. Like I said, the two councillors did such a great job, and it is difficult. And we were trying to bring it in to a certain amount because our council is struggling financially, but we're still contributing to our community.
All right. I put the motion. All in favour? Passed by all. All councillors except Councillor Hayden. We move to 9.9.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I have a motion.
you have a motion.
Yes, which I
Right. I
accept.
haven't started to read the recommendation. Fine, I'll accept that. Is it the following? That Council 1, note the 2025-2029 delivery program as Council's adopted 4-year strategic plan guiding the development of the annual operational plan and the IPNR documents. 2, adopt the 2026-27 operational plan, the 2026-27 to 2035-36 long-term financial plan, noting the adjustments made during the public exhibition period. 3, adopt the 2026-27 statement of revenue policy. 4, adopt the 2026-2029 open space asset management plan. 5, dispose of the D7 dozer in line with the recommendations contained within the report and in accordance with Council's procurement and disposal policy. 6, that Council amend the town improvement fund allocations made at the extraordinary meeting 5th of May 2026 to (A) remove 85,000 from the Richards Park drainage project, retaining 15,000 for design only, and allocate to the footpath program, including associated accessibility improvements. B, remove 15,000 from the Ross/Queen Street intersection design and reallocate to the footpath program, including the associated accessibility improvements. C, allocate the 47,000 unallocated funds to the footpath program, including associated accessibility improvements. D, reallocate 80,000 from the Dart-Dudley pedestrian upgrade project to stage 2 of the Make Safe playground program. 7, authorise the general manager to make minor adjustments to the suite of IP&R documents to reflect any administrative changes and outstanding statutory fees and charges not yet received. Is that your motion, Councillor Tremor? Do you have a seconder? Councillor O'Connor?
Foreshadow, please, Mr Mayor.
Noted. Councillor
The
Tremor?
The town improvement prioritisation discussion at your extraordinary meeting occurred before the survey. So you didn't have any knowledge of what was out there. And I'm proposing this amendment to better align our funding with what the community has clearly told us they value most. We received 226 responses through the recent consultation, with the top priorities being improved accessibility and upgraded playgrounds. By redirecting the funds to the football path program, we can deliver practical accessibility improvements, particularly for those with mobility challenges, while also supporting the objectives of our disability inclusion action plan. And at the same time, increasing investment in playgrounds allows us to progress stage 2 upgrades and provide safer, more inclusive spaces for families across our community. This is a measured reprioritisation that reflects community feedback and delivers tangible outcomes. So we've had responses, we've now had presentations from the public tonight, and the funding has been redirected to projects. And I can talk through all the different projects. The Richards Park, I bet 15,000 in there because we can still get a design. And this has been around since 2022-23. The original report to council was 180,000. A subsequent ballpark, but it was never ever a formal report, was around 80,000 for Richards Park. So I think it's best to get a design done and look for grant funding as an environmental project. The movement of the 15,000 from Ross to Queen Street, we don't really have any reason or from community to do anything in that area, so I propose that we move that. The 47 that was unallocated, well, it would have a good use being put to footpath program, and the 80,000 from the Dart-Dudley pedestrian upgrade project to the Make Safe playground program makes sense. We actually have a design. We've been through several grant applications and not been able to secure any funds to get that moved along. And the school has never ever provided us with a reason to do anything there. And they have already undertaken their own necessary actions with education of the children about safety. There's barriers in the middle of the road. They've got flashing lights. So I just think, and the playgrounds are a big issue. And if you look at the responses that came in, it was the second item that was what they released for action. And we've had a lot of feedback, and it constantly sits through the Facebook pages. Why won't we open playgrounds? So that was my reason.
Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor Trembath's recommendation sort of fills a few gaps for me, because I remember when the town improvement levy was to be scrapped, I thought, it sounds a silly idea. It's such a great thing, but not knowing the background to it. And then when it was scrapped, and now we come across this, I can see that, our core services, sewage, rates and roads, we should stick to that, because when you get 9 councillors trying to direct funds to different projects, it becomes a bit tricky. And particularly 4.3 in the May meeting, the outcome of that was fairly appalling, actually. And I think Councillor Trembath has made a very good attempt to listen, through listening to the community, come up with a good outcome. So I fully support this motion.
Councillor Hayden?
Yes, I'll be speaking against this motion, Mr Mayor. I believe that the previous motion that councillor had.
Okay.
Yeah.
So remember, we're now working under the old model code, the new model code. Councillor Hayden has indicated that she has a motion. Well, it's not foreshadowing a motion, because the first motion was councillor Trembass. So you have an alternate motion that you have to now deal with. You have one parked. And you now have the obligation to deal with councillor Hayden. So councillor Hayden has indicated that she has a motion. And that needs to be dealt with now.
It's an alternate.
Correct.
It's an amendment. It's an amendment,
So,
not an alternate
yeah,
motion.
So
I
councillor
would like
Hayden.
to refer to the original motion in the business papers,
So your amendment is per
the
the
business papers.
business paper recommendation. Do you have a seconder? Is that a seconder? Councillor McCarthy, you got your hand on the head.
Get on the head, Mr. Mayor. What afternoon?
Well, you got your hand in the air, so it's really hard.
I'll put him down then.
Do you have a seconder?
I know. I'll second it.
Seconded? So we deal with the amendment. Okay, councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe that what is currently sorry, I'm just scrolling backwards in business papers. That we note the 2025-29 delivery program as council's adopted 4-year strategic plan, adopt the 2027 operation. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Yeah, the right one. Adopt the statement of revenue policy, adopt the open space asset management plan, dispose of the D7 in line. Is this what we're dealing with? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry,
No,
you
not-
said your
Yes, no,
motion.
sorry.
It's in
Mr.
line
Mayor.
with it.
Yep, in line with this. Note and consider, right, so part 6, note and consider all public submissions received during the exhibition period. And request council review the prioritisation. That one part 6 out of that will need to have changes. That's the only thing. Oh, I can't. Okay, sorry. Yeah, go with what's there. Thank you. So forget it. Forget what I just withdraw that statement. Continue with part 6 and part 7.
I'm,
Thank you. That's all fine, Mr. Mayor. I'm confused.
are you proceeding with?
Proceeding with what's in the business paper. Thank you.
The motion put forward by councillor Trembath.
That's okay. I'm not, I put this, what's in the business paper as the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I
As
understand.
it's written.
I understand that, but within part 6, it says, and request that council review the priority and delivery of the town improvements projects in light of the feedback. So are you saying in respect to 6 that you have a different prioritisation?
No, I'm just going to leave that. There may be someone else in chambers that may have a different one in relation to that. So I'm just moving this. Thank you.
Okay, you have a seconder?
I already did.
Yes, I realise that.
Thank you.
Councillor Leverett, would you like to speak?
I was actually quite comfortable with the recommendation, to be quite honest. So that's why I reverted back to it, to the original.
So if I can I ask a question? It says, as I said, review the priority and delivery. So when are you assuming that we are going to review the prioritisation and delivery of the town improvement in light of the feedback? Because that's what 6 says.
Yeah.
So what I think councillor Trembath, she's given a view, seconded by councillor Connor, as to how there should be changes there in light of the feedback. Are you saying that that doesn't reflect the feedback and it should change? Or when should we do that?
Well, it doesn't really, well, I'm not exactly entirely sure now, to be quite honest.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
It says we need to review. Councillor Trembath put
Yes.
forward, so she's put forward how she believes that because of the feedback, that's how we should reallocate the funds.
Well,
If we don't go that way, are you suggesting there should be a different prioritisation? That's why I'm trying to get the essence of this. Of what you said, because at some stage, we have to come up with a reprioritisation of that. We can get, if you want to, we can move in to
So, Mr. Chair, I might be able to help in this instance, and that is, I think that councillor Hayden's indicated that
As our previous
as the
prioritisation.
report has highlighted,
Right.
it highlights as it's presented in the
Correct.
report,
right.
that you placed on public exhibition to start with.
Correct.
In terms of process, that now is different to councillor Trembar's original,
Right.
which you can consider. Does that make sense to all councillors?
Well, can I ask a question?
Well,
Rather than stand up and turn around because I feel a little bit unbalanced. There was an original motion here. They've applied for an alternate but they haven't changed the original.
that's right.
So I need to stand up and turn around, do I? Because
So this is,
So just for clarity, I believe that councillor Hayden's motion is to include the projects as presented in May.
Yes,
that's right. So not the change.
correct. So if that was the case, wouldn't 6 be changed to reflect that there is not, the submissions are not going to be considered?
That's right.
That needs to be, that wording needs to be changed if it's going to go on. Could I just add this statement that
I was
part
recommending going to committee of the whole to discuss this. Can I have someone move us into committee of the whole? Leverous, Councillor Graham, all in favour, moving, thank you. We go into the committee of the whole, which is more appropriate, yeah. Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
yes,
So while we're in committee of the whole, the point is we were meant to be adopting the program as a council. The survey came out much later than when we had our May meeting. So all of a sudden, council created a little survey poll in our document where councillors had already
let Councillor Hayden speak.
where councillors had already made their decision around the town improvement levy legacy funds were going to be spent reflecting on what was decided upon in 2024. So the point of the matter is I only noticed the poll that had popped up after documents had been on exhibition on the Facebook page. And I thought, well, that's very odd that all of a sudden we've got another poll. We've been running some incessant polls lately quite frequently. And I don't agree that this motion has come forward to council under the recommendation of part 6 that note and consider public submissions. We always note and consider public submissions, but then including outcomes for the Town Improvement Legacy Fund survey and request council review the prioritisation. It should have just came back to us in the report as note and consider the public submissions and either approve what we'd already put forward there that was going on public exhibition or not. But we shouldn't have to reprioritise something because someone has a disagreement with what the governing body in this council has made a decision in relation to that has been a decision in 2024. So that's my comment in relation to it. And that's why I think we need to stick with the recommendation that was put forward. I've noted all of the comments in the survey that we had, and it seems that a lot of people that have made comments, we've got a footpath to go at Black Springs, we've got this to go at Edith, we've got this to go in another area. People don't understand. The curb and gutter allocation was for new work, not for redoing the main street, which could cost up to $4 million if we have to do that work down the track. We had Chris Schumacher, who was our past technical services director, that got a quote for the ramp out in front of the chemist. It went through TALC. It was told that it was unaffordable at the time and we don't have the funds that would cover the cost. Then I put forward a motion that we would put in disability access over at Foodworks in matching, in keeping with what IGA has, and then fix the double level at IGA. But that was knocked on the head too, because we don't have the funds to cover that, and we don't have the grant funding. And I hear from the community, I've heard from this council's own past mayor, I have heard what has been said, but we can't direct those TI legacy funds to the project in the main street.
Councillor Leverett, you're the second of this. You agree with that?
Partly because, do
you agree with it? You're the second.
Okay, I agree with it, yes.
Fine. Councillor Tucker, I'll let you speak. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting Councillor Hayden's amendment, but whether it passes or not, I would then be putting forward a further amendment, which I think would cover the point that you were raising about part 6 as it's written. We can't adopt it as it's written. We need to say what we're going to
That's my point,
accept
yes.
or change.
Otherwise, we're going to put it to another committee.
And I have submitted a proposed motion or amendment, which
So you're foreshadowing now, because we've got an amendment on the book.
so it is along similar lines to councillor Trember, but with not quite as extensive changes to the May program as what councillor Trember has put forward. So I think we should deal with councillor Hayden's amendment, and then I can explain what my amendment is.
Councillor Cole.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. For the record, in terms of what councillor Hayden has said, when the decision was made to reallocate, point 4 specifically said, place the reallocation on public exhibition, and it was all in the meeting understood that this was not set in stone. It was put on public exhibition, which it did, and we've got community feedback. Let's keep it simple. Let's not dig up ghosts from the past. Like, let's just deal with this simply. Thank you.
Councillor Trember.
I'd just like to say that quoting the governing body, when have members of the community who have taken the time to fill out surveys and tell us what they really want, it's very arrogant of us to say, no, we know better and this is what we're going to do. It's clearly in the numbers and we have to believe our community is this is what they want.
Councillor Graham.
We need to be listening to the community. We asked for feedback. We did take notice of it.
Councillor Evans.
Just one more.
We're in, yes.
Yeah,
committee of the
well,
whole.
then it's been clumsily read then, in my opinion, then, because after listening to what was being said, I viewed it differently. As it was, yeah, it's been framed in a clumsy way, that's for sure. Sorry. All right.
Can I add one more thing while we're in committee of the whole?
Well, we'll have to go back to the, yes.
I don't trust the survey results. There was no cookies and no that's not out of order, that's actual fact.
Right, now, can I have some
Why is that
members
out
back
of
into
order?
open council, please, head back into, normal council, ordinary council. Thank you, councillor Leverett, councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I had a question. Thank you.
Do you want to do it? Okay, all right, we're still in committee of the whole then. Come on.
I thought the way the meeting goes that councillor Hayden was moving the original recommendation. And councillor Trembath was moving a modification.
No, she had she put a motion first.
Yeah.
She put an alternate motion up first, yes.
So that's fine.
Through the chair. Yeah, I agree with councillor Trembath. The point 6, consider public submissions and concentrate on town improvement projects. And so we've had we've got members of the community here tonight telling us, asking us for some feedback, and I believe that these funds should be changed to this.
Can I have someone move us out of committee of the whole, please? Councillor O'Connor, councillor Leverett, all in favour? Right. I'll now put the amendment proposed by councillor Hayden, seconded by councillor Leverett. All in favour of the amendment? Councillor Hayden, the amendment fails. I note there's a foreshadow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if we might have to go back into committee of the whole again. We will see.
All right, can I read your amendment if it's the same as you gave to Sharon? And then see if you've got a second.
Is it
Right.
the same as I gave to Sharon? Yes.
One, note the 2025-2029 delivery program as council's adopted 4-year strategic plan guiding the development of the annual operational plan and IPNR documents. 2, adopt the 2026-27 operational plan and 2026-27 to 2035-36 long-term financial plan, noting the adjustments made during the public exhibition period. Adopt the 2026-27 statement of revenue policy. 4, adopt the 2026-2029 open space asset management plan. 5, dispose of the D7 dozer in line with the recommendation contained with the report and in accordance with council's procurement and disposal policy. 6, note and consider all public submissions received during the exhibition period, including the outcomes of the Town Improvement Legacy Fund survey, and provide responses or statements to participants as part of the community engagement process. 7, confirm the list of projects to be funded under the Town Improvement Legacy Fund as adopted by Council at the extraordinary meeting on 4th of May 2026, with the exception of item J relating to the waterways in Richards Park. 8, commencement of works in the waterway in Richards Park be deferred pending determination of whether any permits are required and whether any additional funds are required to complete the other projected projects. 9, authorise General Manager to make minor adjustments to the suite of IPNR documents to reflect any administrative changes and outstanding statutory fees and charges not yet received. So your additions basically are 6, 7 and 8, are they?
Well, the original 6 I've split into 3 for
That's right,
clarity.
yes.
So that,
Do you have a seconder? Councillor McCarthy.
so the new number 6 is sort of the administrative part of it, that we consider the submissions and provide responses. 7 is adopting the list that we adopted in May, apart from Richards Park drainage, and that will free up $100,000. And part 8 would be that we not go ahead with Richards Park drainage, certainly not at this stage, that we wait and see or determine whether any permits are going to be required if we do want to proceed with that. And that was one of the questions that was raised in May. And then, so the current number 7 about authorising the General Manager becomes the new number 9. So my thinking was, and I have read and I have paid attention to the submissions, and there were some fairly strong themes came out of it. So the only change I've made to the original list is to remove the Richards Park drainage and kept all the others. So it differs from Councillor Trembath's in several components of that list. So Councillor Trembath's proposed removing the Dart-Dudley intersection upgrade. I have always believed, and I still believe it's important, one of the themes that came out of the public submissions was about pedestrian safety, and that project was initiated following concerns about pedestrian safety, particularly mothers and kids walking to school and having to cross over Dart Street, which is quite wide. This project would provide blisters and a median to make it much easier and much safer to cross that street in 2 stages with a refuge in the middle. I have also kept the doing a design for the Ross Street, Queen Street intersection. We also discussed that at our last meeting, or at the extraordinary meeting in May. And it is not to build the intersection, it is to do a design so that we are grant ready. And there was a grant program recently, which we were able to use the fact that we were intending to proceed with that design to support our grant application. Now, that wasn't successful as it turns out, but I still think it would be really good for a relatively small amount of money, $15,000, to have a design sitting there to show that we are committed to improving the traffic safety and the pedestrian safety, particularly for disabled people trying to cross at that corner, which is on that eastern side is effectively impossible at the moment. So it would improve traffic safety by providing blisters and medians to help to clarify the priority, and it improves pedestrian safety by enabling people to cross on that northeast corner without having to go down those steep stairs that would provide a ramp for anyone who needed a ramp. There was another one that Councillor Trembath proposed to remove. What was that? I can't remember what the other one was.
I took the money from Richards Park, like 15.
Yeah.
Took the 15,000 from Ross Queen Street for the design.
Yeah.
Allocated the 47,000. Reallocated the 80,000 from the Dudley to the treatment plant.
Make safe programs.
Yeah.
Right. I thought there was another one that you took off the list. No.
It's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's on the street.
Sorry, I was having a look at my notes.
If I could, just before the seconder speaks, Councillor Tucker, you haven't suggested where the funds from the removal of the waterway
Well, I
in
have,
Richard Park be allocated?
I've said to keep them if, in case any of the other projects, if you look at, number, 8, that we not go ahead with Richards Park at this stage. We determine whether any permits are required, because I think we agree that if they are required, that pretty much kills that project. And we defer it until we see whether any of the other projects end up needing more money. So if the money that is currently sitting there for disabled ramps turns out not to be enough to do all the disabled ramps, that's when we can decide to dig into that 100,000 and abandon that project entirely. Or any of the other projects on the list, if they go over budget, they were all within budget originally.
Keep talking. Sorry, I just want to clarify something.
Because all of those allocations that we originally made in June of 2024 were all based on staff advice of what they were going to cost. And it is unfortunate that it has taken 2 years and a number of them are not even started. And that was another theme that came through the public consultation about get on with it. You've already approved these projects. They've been sitting there for 2 years. Get on and get them done. And get them finished. Well, I wish we could get them started.
So I just want to clarify with Councillor Tucker, the General Manager, in relation to the other approved projects. So the projects in relation to the curb and gutter and disability access would fall within approved projects. Or were they modified by the extraordinary meeting, 4th of May?
Well, I'm talking about those projects from the main meeting. When I talk about approved projects, that's the list I'm referring to on page 302 of today's business paper. And if it needs a slight change to make it clear that that's the approved projects that I'm referring to, then I'll make that little change.
Councillor McCarthy?
I think Ian's made it, Councillor Tucker's made it clear enough. We have a lot of projects there. Got to get on and get them done. I don't support this Richards one. I think the way we're getting hammered by the Fisheries Department, we should leave that alone now. And get on and put this 100,000 from the allocation in Richards Park in Kitty and use it for any shortfalls. Thank you.
That's the main submission.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Trembath?
But just speaking to that, Ross Queen's where you want to have a design maintained. Yeah. But that goes against what I've just done with Dart and Dudley. You've got a design and we have gone for several grants and we have been very unsuccessful. So we're just going to spend 15,000 on design. And the problem is we just don't have the community coming to us to provide the support for grant applications. So that's a little bit of a problem. And when you had that meeting, now I couldn't be part of that meeting because we were under the new code. And so I was unable to dial in, but I did listen to it. And you ignored some of the director's recommendations and you've made other plans with moving the money around. So it's not quite following what was requested. We have community here. They are demanding that we listen to them. And that's our job. It's not our job to go, we know better. We have 226 responses. The top priorities are accessibility and playground, and we must respect it. Otherwise, we may as well just all stand up and go now because we're not fulfilling our roles.
Councillor Cobb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to keep things simple again. In the meeting in May, the Director of Technical Services put a few changes due to our financial position. What the result of that was this substantial reallocation based on what I couldn't quite understand. That's why I didn't vote for it. It did go on public exhibition. We've got a community who's made representations. We do need to listen to them and let's just move forward. Councillor Trembath has put a motion that's very supports what the community's direction is, so that's why I'll be moving. Thank you.
Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'll support councillor Tucker's motion. I do think we do need to get on with work. 2 years down the track, there has been the path put into the common and a couple of trees planted, but not a substantial amount of what we had allocated this funding for originally. I do understand that there may be some tricky issues getting approvals for the Richards Park, but I still hope that council will seek that information out through New South Wales Water or Fisheries, being the body, just so that we can get some information in relation to that. And I support the rest of what's up here. We need to continue with the swimming pool upgrades. There's improvements here to curb upgrades, improvements to stormwater pits, upgrade of the Dudley Street, Dart Street intersection. And I totally remember that. There was kids that nearly got hit by cars. There were parents that came to this council and wrote letters to council at the end of 2023 that pushed really hard to get those upgrades done. Those children walking to school, that's a priority. And the design and upgrade of the Ross Street, Queen Street intersection. So I actually support those. And quite often we're told there are costs that are being inflated, sometimes up to around 30%. If we can get what's done here, I would like to see that work started, kicked off and completed, because all of this was meant to be completed by June this year that has not been completed. So we can't keep hanging on to this money. We need to get this done. I hear a lot of things from the community. There's a lot of wants and there's a lot of needs. The needs are totally out of our budget. If I had my way, I would move every ounce of funding we could have and rip the entire main street up and put it down and make it compliant and make sure that it was accessible to everybody. But we don't have the luxury of having a grant application to do that. We will have to look at it down the track, but currently we can't. And any money we do have isn't going to go towards getting done what needs to be done in the main street. So I'm happy to support this.
Just before you have the right to reply, councillor Tucker, my concern is you've got a pool of funds that you've put in your rate for approved projects generally, so that it sits in the TI fund, unallocated, and who is then going to allocate that to which of these approved projects A to K, and not having a finite figure allocated to each of those projects means if one goes over budget, you grab money, or I'm concerned about having a pool of funds in there, not allocated to specific projects.
Well, we all, so is this my right of reply?
Right of reply, but I wanted to make that comment before you have your right of reply, so yeah.
Could I make an amendment in between? I'm allowed to do that, Mr. Mayor. Could I?
We're having a right of reply now.
This is an amendment, so you can't have an amendment.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
We can have amendments on amendments on amendments.
Once we've voted on my.
Vote on the amendment. Come on, councillors.
Councillor Trembath and Councillor O'Connor both talked about listening to the community, and I believe that is exactly what I have done as well. I've read the submissions, and one of the themes that came through was about community safety, particularly in relation to disabled grants, but in pedestrian safety generally. And that is the major purpose of that Dart and Dudley intersection. It would have been built a couple of years ago, except for the fact that there were grant opportunities. So we put it off, hoping that we might have got those grants. As it turns out, we didn't. But Councillor Hayden was right. It came originally from complaints from the public. And if you've ever been down there at start or end of school times, there are vehicles and buses going everywhere. There are people and kids going everywhere. And it is an important safety improvement. And I think the time has come. We need to bite the bullet and get on with that. We did get a quote, and the original allocation was based on that quote. Now, I gather prices have gone up. If they go up further, there will be that pool of money from Richards Park available to, if we choose to do so, to increase the allocation. I take your point about having unallocated funds, but I think in this instance, that is a sensible way to do it. We already have about 30-odd thousand of unallocated from the main meeting. All of those allocations that you can see on page 302, we're about 30,000 short of the money we had available. If we don't go ahead with Richards Park, then we'll have about 130,000. So if staff come back and say, look, we've got a further quote for the intersection, or we've got a quote for the intersection design, or the money for the disabled ramps, we'll only do 6, but we've got 9 that we need to do. We'll have that pool of money available that we can provide more if that's what we choose to do. So that's the way I would see it working. I would like to see all of those projects on page 302, apart from Richards Park, go ahead as quickly as possible, and reports back on any that need more money, or if they all get completed within budget, then we decide what to do with any leftover money. That's the way it is. If you think it needs a slight change to the wording of number 7, where it says confirm the list of projects, I'd add the words as adopted at the 4th of May 2026 extraordinary meeting, just to make it clear that that's the list that I'm referring to.
You'd agree to that change?
You have that already in there.
Yeah,
you do.
I'm saying.
Yeah, so I do. So the list of approved projects is clear about which projects I'm referring to.
Okay, I put the amendment that you'll see on the screen. All in favour? Councillor Leveris, Hayden, McCarthy and Tucker. Against? Trembath, O'Connor, Graham, McKibben and Lee. The amendment fails. We go back to the motion.
Go back.
Councillor Hayden, you foreshadowed, or you,
Yeah, I
Amendment.
foreshadow motion.
So just an understanding, we're going back to the recommendation in the
No,
No, we're going back to councillor
Trembath, which would
but
have been a,
yes, but we've now got an amendment from councillor Hayden.
no, that's fine.
it'd be good if I could actually read that properly. It's not big enough on the screen.
Motion, council.
What is your motion?
Oh. Okay. Part 1 is note the delivery program, etc. Part 2 is adopt the 2026.
So 1 to 5 as per the recommendation.
Yes,
Right, so maybe go from 6 on.
yes, hold on, let me just pull up my notes. And could I have a look at councillor Trembath's previous, because the amendment I want to put might not be for all of what she's put forward. I can't read that. I'm over here, you just can't read that screen, so.
If you could.
I want to do an amendment to her motion, but I may keep
Right.
some in there.
Can we get a cup of tea while we wait? Is that right?
But I'll,
Well, he can get some of the tea, but he doesn't need to be condescending.
Awesome.
Thank you. Sorry. I'd just like to amend that we leave in councillor Trembath's motion has removed the 85,000 from Richards Park. I'll agree to that, but I want the $80,000 Dart Street, Dudley Street pedestrian upgrade to remain, and the $15,000 Ross Street, Queen Street intersection to remain there. And the others, I'm happy to leave there. Can you be agreeable to that, or is that not?
No.
Because the $80,000 Dart Street, Dudley Street pedestrian upgrade is for the school children.
As I clearly stated, we had a design, we've gone for several grant applications and we've been unsuccessful. We
So-
are just chasing our tails.
So
Thank you
Wait,
for the
on,
amendment.
councillor Hayden, so what are you proposing? So that we can get
the
on.
amendment I'm proposing is to keep what councillor Trembett's got there, but I want part D that she has there, I want to keep the original eye of our town improvement, upgrade of Dudley Street, Dart Street intersection to remain. So that will be an amendment to keep that and to keep the $15,000 Ross Street.
So how's that affecting the allocation of funds to the
We
playground?
might have to go into a committee of the whole because I can't agree to this completely. We need to do the pedestrian upgrade. We need that.
You have a seconder for your supposed amendment.
Well, we're gonna have to work through the amendment, aren't we? Because I don't agree with that.
But I'm asked you to put up what you're proposing.
But I don't have it written out because I didn't expect this was gonna be so complicated tonight. I've got other things I've put forward. But I can't agree with that because that is
Well, you're-
completely wiping out
Vote,
the
you're voting.
pedestrian. Okay, fine. Okay, Mr. Mayor, withdraw my amendment, just put it forward. I don't agree with it because we've got school children nearly getting run over by cars. And there's no point of order.
All right.
We have had no.
So we've gone back to the motion as put up by councillor Trembath, seconded by councillor O'Connor. Yes, councillor McCarthy.
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering whether councillor Trembath had removed the allocation of the 15,000 for the design on Richards Creek. I think there's no point of going ahead with any design when we haven't got any money to fund it. Other than that, I'm happy with what councillor Trembath put forward.
Where would you suggest those 15,000 goes to allocate? Or are you not?
Well, I think we're going to overrun all these projects. It's supposed to be finished by then.
Sorry.
Number 7 says it, doesn't it? The general manager make minor, what's that?
It's in a different thing for. Councillor,
Councillor Trembath,
would you give
I
councillor,
want my motion to stand as I stated.
that's right. So no, it's not accepted by the move.
Mr Mayor, could you please give councillor McCarthy the written motion so that he knows which one he's referring to, the one that's on his screen, because it's pretty small.
Would you like the written motion, councillor McCarthy? No? Right. So we're on. Any other discussion on this motion? So I've got that. That's the one up on the board, isn't it? So we're voting on councillor Trembath's motion, as seconded by councillor O'Connor. All in favour? Councillor Trembath, O'Connor, Graham, Lee, McKibben. Against? Councillor Leveris, Hayden, McCarthy and Tucker. Thank you. Motion is carried. Thank you. We go back to 7.3.
Page number, please.
Oh, right up the front.
68.
68.
I have an.
7.3, submission of emergency services levy. The recommendation is that 1, council endorse the submission response to the emergency services funding reform options paper, noting council's not in support of any options outlined in the paper. 2, provide a copy of the submission to the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation. 3, as noted, the submission has been provided to the Country Mayors Association in relation to the emergency services funding reform options paper. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you. Seconder, councillor Trembath.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and for those looking on the on the YouTube and those in the council and for other councillors. I'd just like to commend you with your work that you've put into this extraordinary effort. It is such an important area. And I'd also like to say, as a councillor, thank you for asking for our input, which was fantastic for some of us who contributed, and then to also then to show us the importance, I guess, in your analysis of this issue. And because of that, I hope that there's no request for an amendment or any sort of tampering with this, because basically we should be behind you as mayor in your submission and work. Thank you.
My feedback's along the same lines. I really appreciated that you asked us to give you feedback. And to be honest, Councillor O'Connor, myself and Councillor Hayden did provide feedback, which you then had to consolidate into a very, very detailed response back to the country mayors. And I think it should be understood it was a paper with 5 models on it. They didn't ask for any suggestions for another idea. It was, you have 5, you either accept one of them or you reject it outright. But if the New South Wales Treasury, that was not what the discussion was about. So I really appreciate you taking the time to do it, Mr. Mayor. It was a really, really good submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment.
Yes.
Thank you. Sharon has the amendment. And as you know, we've had the discussion and I do support.
Wait on, we need a seconder first.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned my amendment yet. I was just thanking you for what you had provided, but we do have to be constructive when we have to create a submission.
So your amendment is one,
Would you like me to?
that council notes the New South Wales Treasury Emergency Services Funding Reform Options paper and supports reform in principle to replace the current insurance-based emergency services levy with a funding model that is fair, transparent and sustainable. 2, the council submission include the following principles. A, any replacement levy should recognise property owners' capacity to contribute while ensuring those with the greatest capacity to pay make an appropriate contribution. B, pensioners, vulnerable ratepayers, retiring farming families or land-rich but income-poor households should be protected through appropriate concessions and hardship provisions. C, regional and rural communities should not be disadvantaged and consideration should be given to regional circumstances, including large areas of forestry, national parks and other land uses that increase emergency services demand. D, if local councils are required to collect any replacement levies, the New South Wales Government must provide full funding for implementation, administration, information technology, customer service, debt recovery and ongoing operational costs, ensuring there is no cost shifting to local government. E, council notes the New South Wales Government announced with ownership and management of the Rural Fire Services Red Fleet would transfer to the state from 1st July 2027, recognising the councils will no longer carry the accounting, depreciation and administrative responsibilities associated with those assets, and that the reform should be considered as part of the broader emergency services funding framework. 3, that a copy of council's revised submission be forwarded to the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation and the Country Mayors Association. 4, that council not adopt a position of rejecting all reforms options, recognising that New South Wales Treasury options paper has been released for consultation, discussion and the final model should be determined following the consideration of stakeholder feedback. Do you have a seconder? Do you have a seconder? The amendment fails for lack of seconder. Right.
So if I don't have a seconder, then can I speak against your motion as it sits? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it's extremely important that as a local council, when we present a submission to any government organisation, that we put forward some objectives that we would like them to understand. So we give them some ideas because that's basically what they're asking. They're not asking for us to say none of the above. We don't agree with anything that you've given us, but we should be putting in a submission some ideas for them to think about. A capacity to pay, looking after the vulnerable. How are they going to implement it? Mr. Mayor, you asked me how I would see that implemented. Well, that's the mechanics for the government to explain. They have to work out the mechanics of their bill, their legislation, their policy, and how they're going to enact it. As a council, we need to create something worthwhile to give them something positive to think about. Because currently how your submission is sitting there, I can't support it in its entirety because it's not giving a solution. And that's why I wanted to put forward that amendment. I don't have support, and that's well and good. That's up to each individual. But we have to start giving some ideas that they can work with. Not saying we don't support that. We need to put something forward.
So councillor Hayden, if I can, before you speak. Since putting my submission paper and having read yours, I have discussed this with other mayors in the last few days. And I'm not speaking against the motion. But a number of the mayors, and I want to be fully transparent in this regard. A number of mayors have said, you know, they understand the concerns I have raised. But they have said, and they have put submissions, not as long as ours to the JO in particular, but they're saying their view is that the options, what the parameters are for option D, i.e. having regional, a large rural, which Oberon will fall in, and rural, and I've discussed this with them, should extend to all the options in the paper. Number one. Number two is that farmland should be, and I've discussed this in length, because I've had lengthy discussions the last few days, as I've said, farmland, whether it's in a regional area like Bathurst, whether it's an Oberon, or whether it's in Cabon or Orange, let's take or Lithgow, should be treated the same. So there should be a 40% discount for large rural, and obviously we would maintain the whole of our area would be large rural. That's how it's classified, I believe, under the OLG's classification of councils. As I said in the paper, it's very hard when they talk about metropolitan, what that means and how that applies to metropolitan fringe. So looking at that basis, and the other thing that they have said is they absolutely agree with the concept of assets, but how are we going to value that? It's going to be very hard to value everyone's assets on their property, and it's going to be an administrative and hugely time-consuming and expensive exercise. And the only way is really going to be able to do it on land value with some tweaks to do it. So that's the thinking of the other mayors, and I fully appreciate that. So I'm being transparent and giving everyone the view that to go out and get another try and try and value assets, whereas at least, I mean, with the current way on the insurance, it does look at the asset value you're insuring and applies the emergency service levy. The problem is there's a lot of people not insured, so they're not contributing to the levy. So it is a huge dichotomy. I'm the first to admit that, Councillor Hayden. And obviously, trying to get something that doesn't cost an hugely administrative cost to administer, if we can't go anywhere else, I would be suggesting that, option D is our best option, and we should be arguing for that to extend. So maybe I'm saying that our submission should be slightly varied to allow that. And I'm speaking in this meeting, and that's probably one of the reasons I chose not to put forward the motion at this stage, because I wanted to make clear that I have had discussions in the last few days, and I do understand the issues raised by the other mayors and to some degree by you.
So can I finish what I was alluding to, because you wanted to explain something to me? I was halfway through speaking, why I couldn't fully support your assumptions, because that's what they are at the end of the day. They are assumptions that you drafted into the paper of what ifs. And the fact is that I am not speaking about Bathurst or Orange. I'm not interested in what occurs there. That's for their councils to put forward their submissions. what I was speaking about is the Oberon LGA and its unique circumstances, because what we have here is very different to what occurs in Bathurst and Orange. So here we've got land that is being uptaken by an individual purchaser that will buy that at an extensive amount of money, and that is then giving basically a false economy to the value of land, and that then creates a problem to all other landowners, and why I'd actually listed my capacity to pay, because in our LGA, we might be a bit unique in that regard, because those particular landowners buying the land for an exorbitant amount of money have the capacity to pay, because they're then utilising that land for their business purpose of growing a product that they are then getting paid for, and that product is also contributing to the risk and the risk of a fire, and hence again an ESL levy. So I think that's kind of talking a bit, if you get where I'm coming from on that. So that's why I mentioned the capacity to pay, and why it would be a benefit for this council to list things that affects this LGA, not just the broader New South Wales area, but what our unique circumstances are here in Oberon. And that's what we've got. We've got the forestry, which is a fire risk. We have private industry, which is a fire risk. And that private industry is upping the rates on all properties surrounding because of the false economy through the prices that they're paying. So that's why I wanted to have those things mentioned. And Mr. Mayor, I'd be open if you would change your submission. And I did want to also have the question, as you had mentioned that you'd sent a submission that was from the council to the country mayors already. Was that same submission?
Basically, yes.
So that submission that you sent to country mayors said that was the agreement of the council when we didn't have the debate.
Fine, but I had a date to get it in. We haven't
Yeah,
got
but that's okay, as long as you can acknowledge that we should have these debates before maybe stating that's the decision of the council, because I would like to, as a council, we should maybe go into the committee of the whole and work out what needs to go in a submission rather than saying it is when we haven't voted on it, because I think we've got a unique circumstance in our LGA that is very different to Bathurst, Orange, Lithgow and others. And I think that needs to be taken into account, and we should never send a submission saying none of the above. We just should give ideas. Thank you.
Allow Councillor Graham first.
So, Mr. Mayor, I actually think it's all right to say we don't agree with any of the options, because there was lacking information in some of the options too. So unless we get more information. And as for putting in solutions, we don't have the sort of information that the Treasury has. So it's very difficult for us to say this is what it should be. We can give some ideas perhaps, but I think our main ideas was, no, we don't really like what you've put in. And that's fair enough.
Councillor Cole?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The last time I looked, I thought, you are the mayor, aren't you?
Yes.
That's right.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, that's just being disparaging.
No.
It is actually being disparaging
Councillor
because
If I finish, you might be able to understand why I just said that.
Councillor Connor?
Yes, Matty, you've asked for submissions, which has been provided. Again, you've openly tabled the information you have received from other councils, which is wonderful for us. And the reason you're doing that is because there is a timeline.
Yes, right.
We're working to a very short timeline. It's not something that we can say, let's look at it next month. And again, the work you've done is amazing. In terms of Councillor Graham's comments, I guess in listening to our mayor, I guess there is a point where you've got to favour one alternative rather than the other, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the decision. One of the worries I've got that I didn't provide to you is that, in my case, just say, as a farmer, say it is then levied on land, and my rates go up 25%, that will be seen as a rate, right, by most people, not by a levy, right? And then I think, if our rates are going up, our community's going to say, oh, we've got more rates. They won't see any net benefit. They've got a benefit, but they won't see it. then that also restricts us in the future if there's potential increase in rates, if we've got to do something, as other councils are having to do. It really is quite a, I was going to say disgusting is too strong, but it really is a very, very poor thing that the state government's levying on us, the small council, to collect taxes for them. So full praise to you for standing up for us. You know, it's great that you can see there may be better options. You're always on the lookout. Thank you again. So I commend this submission. Thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, yeah, I'm just wondering how much lobbying was done by the insurance companies to sort of shift these charges off the books and make their own sort of, you know, charge perceived to be cheaper. Then they want to funnel it through council, and the perception will be that it's another council charge. You know, so which I'm in favour of.
A lot of it was also due to there being a large pool of people uninsured who weren't paying the levy.
Yeah.
So yes, insurers did, but a lot of it was outraged by insurers and the community that, you know, there's a large section of the community not contributing to these.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not, as I've said, I'm not totally in agreement with the way that's any of the ways it's proposed, but I can understand why they've moved away from insurance, because as the cost of insurance generally gets higher, less and less people are insuring or not insuring the full value of their assets. And there's notable, it's a bit like, you know, same's occurring in obviously private medical insurance type things as well. So I think that's the reason I think I applaud the government for trying to make it more general to the uninsured.
Yeah.
But the trouble of how you implement it on a land value, but then some would argue that the way we levy rates as councils on land value is it may not be the right way either. So it goes across the board. Yeah. It's a very hard area to deal with, as you appreciate. And I don't think any solution is going, you know, I'm being completely frank, is going to satisfy everyone.
Yeah, look, I had concerns when you rejected all 5 options, but I think after listening to what you said earlier, it tends to make a little bit of sense.
So I can amend to reflect that although we don't, you know, if we had to go with one option D with the suggestions would be the best, we can certainly do that. And as I said, I've listened very carefully to the mansplaining in Bathurst in particular. And that's what we've got to do, you know. We're not always right, as we know. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried by all councillors except Councillor Tucker and Councillor Hayden.
I abstain.
Down.
Yes, you can, and that counts as a no.
Sorry?
I abstained, and that counts as a no vote.
Okay, yes. All right.
Hi, Councillor.
Good night. Good night. Go to item 8, notice of motion, 8.1, Oberon Sports Complex update. Motion is that council will provide a report before the new sporting complex is handed over to council outlining 1, any outstanding defects, incomplete works or other matters that still need to be addressed before handover, including the status of rectification works currently underway. 2, the steps undertaken to prepare the facility for handover and operation. And 3, feedback received from sporting groups, user groups and other key stakeholders, including any significant concerns raised and how these concerns have been considered. Councillor Leverett, your motion. I've seconded it. Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, as councillors, we are regularly approached by members of the community seeking updates on projects. I'm often asked questions, you know, when I hear the frustrated comments regarding status of outstanding works, readiness, facility and anticipated handover, which I'm not always able to answer at a level of detail the community sort of expects. I acknowledge the updates that have been provided by the GM, throughout the project, and appreciate the work being undertaken by staff. However, these updates have generally been of high level in nature. In my view, they don't provide councils with a consolidated picture of outstanding works, recommendations, and overall handover readiness. We know nothing about the scoreboard, that's to be moved to the new grounds, rectifications, what rectifications have been done to the playing fields and the netball courts. You heard earlier today. Any drainage updates? We've heard nothing. We request breakdowns or updates on the STP project, and this project, in my view, is just as important. I'm simply requesting on behalf of the community a final overview before council accepts responsibility for the facility, whether it's on the 3rd of June, 2026 or later. I believe it's reasonable that councils and the community are provided with a clear and comprehensive updates before council accepts responsibility of the complex.
Councillor Carlton?
Yes, I support the statement of council Elevers, but if we go back to the original sports working party when Councillor Trembath, Councillor McKechnie and myself were on it, one of the requests to Gary Stiles was that we had the power separately metered. Now, it never got done. I think these are things that we should be asking the partner to go back and rectify. And as you see with the report in your confidential paper, the same with the water meter. And I thought the state government brought something in there earlier.
And you can't talk about confidential now. Keep going. No, keep going.
I thought the state government brought something in that if you got two different sources of users, you had to have a separate water meter. In other words, units and that had to be separately water metered. Like if you had unit 1, 2 and 3, and it would nearly come under the same thing up there, that the water that's being consumed by the club should be separately metered from that field.
I think that applied to residential premises.
Yes, it did, but apparently it didn't get authorised because one around here in Queen Street's not that way, I think. But anyway, that's what we requested didn't get done, if you get what I mean. And anyway, just highlight tonight that we were all under the premises of like for like. And I thought when we went to like for like that the 3 netball courts were in and they were doing that. The manager said that we actually paid to get the concrete poured. Well, where was the delineation of that was taken out?
Okay, I'll ask the general manager to clarify that.
Council, through the mayor, council resolved the stage 1 options within the sports complex. They were given a complete rundown of what those provisions were in and out. The netball courts we undertook under a separate grant, and they were not done through the grant that we have, or through the partnership we have with Hawks. The staging of the complex has been well and truly provided to council in that regard, and also to the community. Staff continue to look for grant funding to try and support stage 2. We've been able to put the netball courts in under a different under a different fund, but they can't be held accountable for the sports complex development that we've currently got with our partners. Stage 2 requires a hockey field to be prepared in that regard. There's no hockey field there either, but we still seek grants to try and progress the complete transition of the complex.
Councillor Leveris, just before we go, in respect to your point 1, I think there's a problem there. It says any outstanding defects, including other matters that still need to be addressed before handover. When you're saying a report before the new complex is handed over, do you mean in 1, any outstanding defects, incomplete works or other matters that will be outstanding at handover? Because you're saying before handover, how can if things have got to be addressed before handover?
Well, my question is, when is handover going to be implemented? I don't know. It was meant to be the 3rd of June, but it looks like it's going to be later.
Well, so through the chair, we met with our partners today, in fact, and we're still working towards trying to do a transition in the time that the contract has been extended to. Now, the word handover versus the word completion are two different things, and what we do in that regard has some tangibilities to it that we're working through with our partners. Some of the things that the council raised as an issue being the protections around the sprinklers, they've all been removed. And we've agreed to some transition work in regard to some additional works on the fields. We're also looking at those drainage matters that we all do, but we can still transition. It just will not be complete. So it's how we progress that transition versus the completion under the contract, which is still outstanding.
So in one, you're saying, because you're saying report before it's handed over, fine. And then is one, should it be any outstanding defects, incomplete works or other matters that still need to be addressed before completion?
And handover.
Before handover.
Sorry?
Like before handover.
Yeah, but your first one, before the new sporting complex is handed over to council. All right, I mean, fine.
Makes sense to me.
Councillor Connor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's sort of, thank you, Councillor Leverett. I understand where you're coming from, but I guess in my mind, if I might ask a question that might clarify how I see it. Before you sign off, in terms of handover completion, whichever one, you'll come back to council with a list of works to be completed by board and a list of works to be completed by council at council's cost. That's how I would have thought you'd come back to us before you sign off on either handover completion. And then also possibly, if it was possible, the estimated year-on-year cost just to run it. So when you come back with that report, we say, I think we've got to the end point, we've pushed and done our best. This is where we're at. So we can see that. And if that was the case, I think that's what you're trying to achieve in this. I'm comfortable. I think that's what you've been saying is going to happen.
So through the chair, we already had that document in terms of short term, medium term and long term. Now we phase that in accordance with how the contract reads. So when I talk about completion, it's in line with what the contract says. Now, councillors have a copy of the contract in their portal. They know without getting into the semantics of it all. But we've engaged a consultant because I've heard from our councillors on the working party that that's what we should be doing to satisfy ourselves independently of how this thing should progress. We've done that. We have a short, medium, long. That medium is within our defects liability provisions that sit under the contract, which we live and breathe by. And the long term is exactly what council will be responsible for, as has been directed by the contract and council as to how this thing can progress. Now, I need to be really clear. Handover versus completion are two different things. So we can still hand over. We can be the owner of the facility without the completion being signed off under the contract. So we have a defects liability provision for 12 months. Our partner is pushing to have that start. And to be honest with you, we're also pushing in that way. Why? Because there's confusion about what's going on and we need to have ownership over this. We are now sourcing a finalised lease and management agreement with our partners, with our other partners, and that is quickly becoming a finalised document. So hopefully the committee will be available on Thursday to have that meeting. I've asked you to attend so we can get to the end of that. So the things are aligning to meet the June 30 requirements. I'm more than happy to provide a workshop with councillors maybe next week to outline where that's up to give some satisfaction in that regard. But that's the nature of where this is up to, and any further delays certainly have an impact on what we're trying to do with our partners.
Councillor Hearn.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thanks to the General Manager for the discussion, and I did want to pull up one point. The tenant of the club is not council's partner. The tenant of the club is a tenant, not a partner. I note that you state, partners rectifying. I've been asking questions since May about drainage, and I've had answers as to the last meeting. That's currently being done as we speak. And I have been at the ground. I was at the ground the other day. Councillors here, most of you probably know that someone decided to drive into the ground and start doing donuts like an idiot and a flog that they are. But, and then I had to call the general manager to get staff to lock the gate. The fact is, the community's really annoyed about this project, and as councillors and being the governing body, I really want to see a report come back to the council. That's why I support. That's why I support Councillor Alebris's motion. I fully understand what point one states here. Any outstanding defects or incomplete works that need to be addressed before handover. So I'm sure that there would be one or two. I would like to think that drainage in front of the grandstand gets done shortly, because that's so waterlogged and water laying everywhere there at the minute that isn't even running into the box drains. But, you know, I also want to hear what the steps are that are going to be undertaken before handover and throughout that 12-month period that it's covered for, because and it's interesting tonight you did note that the sprinklers are being removed.
Through the chair, what it said is that the poly around the sprinklers that was placed there as a protection for the sprinklers, all those have been removed.
So
The sprinklers haven't been.
So they've been recessed appropriately.
Right. But the sprinklers are still going to be on the ground.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I just support this motion. I think as a council with a multi-million-dollar complex facility, being the governing body for a community asset, we really need to know what's going on, and we need to get that report. Thank you.
Councillor Hayden, I've been approached by many people in the community and the press, and my comment to them is this: why would we accept a handover of a ground that is not up to our status, and it could take the obligation of the person who's meant to be doing the work and providing that ground? Yes, there is a delay, but that's so we get the ground that we believe we expect. So that's the simple answer to that question. And that sort of people say, oh, yes, I understand what you mean. It's not in our interest to accept a handover or a completion before we get issues rectified and then have a defects liability period extended. It's easy to get it done before we get the handover or the completion. Yes, there will be some, and they may be the more minor things that have to be done between handover and completion. But we want to get as many as we can done before handover so that it's clear the obligation is on the other party to rectify those. Councillor Trimmer.
So I read the motion. I'm starting to understand it a little more now. Councillor Leverage, you're on your confidential working party, so you could get answers to any question that you want with the General Manager's report. But the one thing that stood out to me was point 3. The statement that sporting groups, user groups and other key stakeholders have raised concerns is a very loaded assertion. What exactly is that referring to? Because as it reads, it plainly suggests that concerns have been ignored or left unanswered, and that implication is unfair. I find it deeply disappointing. It feeds a one-sided narrative about delays without acknowledging the real reasons behind them, reasons that members of the confidential working party are well aware of. Those of us bound by confidentiality cannot public air those matters, so we are left to sit quietly while commentary builds on social media from people who quite frankly should know better. So I think it's entirely reasonable to ask whether any of these alleged concerns have actually been raised directly with the General Manager, or alternatively through the Sports Facility Committee. Before, I didn't think it needed to be elevated into a notice of motion. So through the Chair, I'd like to ask the General Manager what concerns have been raised.
So through the chair, the majority of the comments I get are all positive, as I've highlighted in that report. We have received some requests from user groups that sit outside the remit of what our contract is. So it's very hard for me to go back and say, they want this. The grounds themselves, there's been some concern raised over where the current irrigation sheds have been located. However, once again, the contract outlines what that was and the distances between those things that have highlighted how the safety of that, which was endorsed by council. There was some issues around the poly pipes that were protecting the sprinkler heads. They've all now been removed, but those sprinkler heads, because of how they were sit, they've caused some generalised erosion, which we're working with our partners again to try and get resolved. Now, they are the generic things that I see that has been raised.
And the surface, which has been.
But all those things are being negotiated with our partners to be addressed.
Yeah.
Now, if that is by way of a monetary contribution or not paying it and letting us do that, or versus they do that, we have our independent contractor who's done the assessment on that, sitting with a staged approach as how we can get those things rectified in order to have people playing on them in a quick period of time. So they are the generic things that sit within the contract that we could rectify.
So, but General Manager, I would have thought that the contents of this motion, there could be a report to this before handover, and you would be providing something similar to us anyway.
Through the chair, if it meets 30 June, no, it won't be coming to council, but I'll provide a report to councillors.
Council, that's what I'm talking, yeah. So, are you happy that it be provided to council laws?
Yes.
And doesn't, because it could be before the next meeting in July.
Yes, please. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Given that we've just made changes to our code of meeting practice, we might even have a workshop on it.
Yes. Yes, do anyone else speak, because you've got a right to reply? Yes, Councillor.
I'd just like to, I understand Council Leveris's points, but I'm quite happy with the GM and the Mayor's response. And I think they're doing the best they can under the circumstances. And I think that with the report coming towards the handover, I think that I think things will work out well.
That's all there is.
We did hear one sort of concern earlier on, one of the stakeholders had concerns over the
over the what?
So can I just, before that, through the chair, there is a difference between the contract that we provided to the netball courts to that in which the notice of motion has been dealt with.
Okay, and I was referring to 0.3, that's all. Okay, on motion. Now, all I really asked for is to be provided with a status, a report of what works still need to be done, you know, because we need to, when I get asked questions, I need to have answers for people. And if you're not in the working party, then you're not going to get some of those answers. So I just think as all councillors, we should be getting those answers and giving the report as well.
Right. So you want a report saying, this is the status of the drainage, this is the status of the sprinklers, this is the status of the surface.
Yeah.
This
Scoreboard,
Yeah.
you know, what's happening with that? We don't know. That's purely what I'm asking.
And we've left the scoreboard there because they're still using the existing complex.
I get that.
But the comments just made, there is a scoreboard up too.
Yeah, we can't
do that until we transition over.
Yeah, but you can have a listed as pending or something of that nature. Or, you know,
We have a number of those things that I'm more than happy to provide an update in the council portal, even just a minute.
Right. Okay. I put the motion. All in favour? Councillor Leveris, Hayden, McCarthy, Clackham, Kibben, against Lee, Graham, Trimbath and O'Connor. Thank you. That motion's passed. Thank you. We go to 8.2, questions with notice, STP project, councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I submitted this as a question on notice or with notice, depending on who you are.
Yes.
But, and it's been dealt with now by our general manager, so no further information required. Thank you.
All right, we move ahead from 8.2.
You have to just look at what's there because questions on it's for information, so that's it.
No,
We just
I think
vote
it was
on
a
it.
question on notice.
Yeah, we know.
If you look at the
It's a
code of
motion.
practice,
Yeah.
it's not a motion. It was a question on notice.
Yes,
Thank you.
Notice, doesn't it?
but we
Thank
just
you.
approve it anyway.
Have been retracted.
Exactly.
Well, we can
No,
move on. 9.1, report for decision. Development application DA 2026.002 for demolition, a new dwelling from a studio and shed, -150 Beatty Road, Oberon. Recommendation is that council, 1, support the request for variation of section A 2.6F buffer distances provision of council development control plan 2001 over lot 7 in DP 864596. 2, approve development application DA 2026.002 for the demolition of an existing dwelling, construction of a new dwelling, detached studio shed and 242 metres squared of enclosed garden on lot 7 in DP 864596, known as 150 Beatty Road, Oberon, in accordance with section 4.16 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, subject to conditions attached to this report for the following reasons. A, development is permissible and consent under the Oberon Local Environmental Plan 2013. B, the development is satisfactory despite non-compliance with section A 2.6F of the Oberon Development Control Plan 2001. And C, the development is considered to be appropriate and will not impact the locality unreasonably. 3, the division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Do I have a motion? Councillor Hayden. Councillor O'Connor. Thanks, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as it is, I just have a couple of questions and anomalies that I found throughout the report, which I thought was quite different compared to other planning reports. I'm happy with it as it is. I do note that one of my questions is around the studio. I know instead of it being listed as an ancillary, to prove an ancillary studio to the dwelling. Sorry, just got a headphone. Can I ask the staff what facilities are proposed within the studio, and will that just be for the homeowners, or will it be a standalone used as a granny flat or B&B, anything like that?
Director of Planning.
Through the chair, Councillor Hayden, the studio has a bathroom within it. It doesn't indicate whether there's any kitchenette facility, but it could be considered there. Hence the reason that we've asked for contributions, as it is considered as a secondary type dwelling. There's no indication in the from the applicant that it's supposed to be Airbnb or rented out or whatever, so it's just to be used in there.
So just as a normal planning approval without a dual occupancy certificate.
As a studio.
Right. So that was my question around that. And the other oddity that I found in there was the comment that was made in relation to the location of the building being to rural land and any impact that it may have upon the rural land, and then how it was stated that the same could be said in reverse. And I'm just also wanting to query that any planting as a buffer that is being planted, will the specific species being planted not impact on the rural holdings adjoining, so that it's not going to create weed or any inundation to the neighbouring rural land?
Through the chair, these species will be as per what others do in the overall LGA for buffer.
Yeah, like not a radio line that's then going to impact the rural area and cause weeding out in theirs, because I do know under the planning legislation, we're meant to be mindful of the land and any implications to the adjoining land. This is a home. It's only probably getting its approval because there was a current home there that's being demolished. So they're building a home close to the fence line, and it notes the buffer zone that's going to be planted. But we want to make sure it doesn't cause any weeds that go into the rural land and impact them down the track.
Through the chair, I acknowledge that, Councillor Hayden, and there's a draft condition in the set of conditions there that refers to the requirements for the buffer tree plantings, and
That's right.
that will be further considered.
That being non-invasive. Yeah, that's all I wanted to mention, and I haven't come across habitable before, so that was just new seeing that instead of it being just ancillary. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. No, I support the recommendation. I just got a question for you to our director. And there wasn't any responses from neighbours, was there? No.
Any suggestions from
No. Had there been an objection, would that have changed? I know this is a bit of a Dorothy Dix, but just for my information, had there been an objection, would that have changed your view on that?
Through the chair, the process will be followed. Councillor Connors, if we receive submissions, we ask the applicant to respond to those submissions. Based on that information and again, a merit assessment, we perhaps may have asked for changes or added conditions. In this case, we being no submissions other than the DCP non-compliance.
Thank you.
That's why it's come to council.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 9.2, which is policy 2220, related party disclosure. The recommendation is council place the revised related party disclosure policy 2220 on public exhibition for 28 days and submissions to be invited to council during that period. 2, if no submissions are received in the exhibition period, the policy will be adopted as presented. 3, delegate to the general manager to amend any minor changes proposed. Thank you, Councillor Hayden and Councillor Trembath. Motion as per the recommendation, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, with a query. I'm happy with that to go on public exhibition. I did note that under part 1 of intent of the policy, where it states the objective of this policy is to establish guidelines for an effective internal reporting system which encourages and facilitates the reporting of disclosures in regards to corruption, maladministration, and serious and substantial waste. I do understand that, but that's more relative to the other policy that we've got to read in conjunction with this policy. So I just thought that wording was a bit different for this related parties disclosure, that was all.
Director Corporate Services, do you have any view on that?
With the chair, as the policy states, it's very closely linked to the public interest disclosures policy. It's about those declarations that are very much in sync with that policy. That's why we've tried to even tighten that up to make sure that they actually talk to one another. So,
Yep. Maybe we need to look down the track and have combining the policies so that the intent of both adjoining could be put together somehow, because
Could I suggest, Councillor Hayden, you might do
I more than likely will, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Nothing to do.
Any other discussion on this matter? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to 9.3, policy 2203, pensioner concessions. The recommendation is that council one place the revised pensioner concessions policy 2203 on public submission for 28 days, with submissions to be invited to council during that period. 2, if no submissions are received in the exhibition period, the policy be adopted as presented. 3, delegate to the general manager to amend any minor changes proposed. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor Leveris and Councillor Trembath. Thank you. Councillor Leveris.
On the
Trembath.
Nothing that.
Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Right, we go to 9.6, ARIC independent member reappointment. The recommendation that council endorse the extension of Andrew Cox as an independent member to the Oberon Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee for a 3-year term from 11th of September 2026 to 11th September 2029. Motion, please. Councillor Everest, thank you. Councillor Tucker. Councillor Everest.
Nothing more there, Mr.
Councillor Tucker.
No, nothing's ready, so, he's engaged and contributes well.
Well, I think that's why it's appropriate. You two should, move and second it, I think, because you're on it and you know. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go to 9.10, which is on 9.10, policy 2120, planned vehicle and equipment replacement policy. Sorry. Recommendation of council note the submission received during the exhibition of the planned vehicle and equipment replacement policy. To adopt the policy as presented, delegate the general managing authority to make any minor editorial changes as required. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor Trembar, seconder, please. Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor Trembar.
I'm happy to move the motion in all three parts.
Thank you.
Good report, but nothing further with it.
Thank you. Any other submissions? Sorry, any other discussion? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go to line 11, development application DA 2026.026, erection of a new storage shed, 7 Blenheim Avenue, Oberon. Recommendation is the council 1. Council vary part C6.4 carports and garages of its current DCP 2001 in relation to development application DA 2026.026 at 7 Blenheim Avenue, Oberon, Lot 1 DP 196146 for the erection of a new storage shed. 2, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Hayden. Councillor O'Connor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I support the recommendation. I've just got a question through you to our Director of Planning. This one involves an 80% increase over the DCP requirements. Is there, for a shed that size, will there be an ongoing restriction in terms of commercial activity? So is that something that's embedded?
Through the chair, it's the application was submitted as a Class 10A structure, which is a shed or ancillary structure to a dwelling. If they wish to change that use in the future, they need to lodge an application back to council for consideration. And there's a condition in the there will be a condition in the in that regard.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, no, I'm happy to second the motion. I don't have an issue with the shed. It give them a very tidy backyard anyway.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to 9.12, development application DA 2026.027, the erection of a new carport, 35 Springfield Street, Oberon. Recommendation is that 1, council vary part C 5.5, building height plane of its current DCP 2001 in relation to development application DA 2026.027 at 35 Springfield Street, Oberon, lot 13, DP 124344 for the erection of a carport. 2, a division be formed in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden. Councillor McCarthy, did you have your hand up? No. Councillor Graham.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. No, I've had a look at this. We do know that some of these houses that were built later on are on smaller blocks of land. I can see that the height plane is going to have to be quite significantly high for them to park their caravan under, as you can see. No submissions from the neighbours, no complaints, so I don't see a problem. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Mr. Mayor, it's not going to look very different than having the caravan there.
That's right. All right, put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry, Councillor McCarthy.
I'd like to speak against it because I think these, the people buy these lots. There's plenty of room, like, I disagree with what Councillor Hayden said. These were large lots, reasonably large lots. And I think there's not much thought go into these, and I think you'll find that you've got a caravan there, and up the road you've got another caravan, the same thing. And I think the actual, carports should be set back. And that's our DCP, isn't it? That they,
I'll ask the technical, I'll ask the planning director. Planning director?
Through the chair, the carport is set back in the building line, same as in our DCP, so it well truly complies with the DCP in terms of setback, front setback.
no, but the one submitted is level with the, firstly, the front of the house, isn't it?
Through the chair, that's the building line, so it's actually behind the building line, or just the dwelling is a little bit further forward.
I disagree. I think it's starting to clog the area up, and you've got to think of the neighbours that, yeah. But I think I'll be outvoted, but anyway, I'll make the presence felt.
Councillor O'Connor?
Mr Mayor, I think Councillor McCarthy makes a good point on then you look at the rear of the building, if it was set back further, it certainly enhance the street view and I'd support what Councillor McCarthy has proposed.
If I could, the planning director, I think our DCP says that carports have to be set back. We would require this to be set back further. Would it be likely to be challenged? So I think that's what Councillor Carper and Connor are proposing.
Through the chair, I'd need to just have a look at the DCP. Mr Mayor. What's it next?
Because you said in the summary, and in the report, the key issue is the height, not the setback. So I suppose the question is, because of the height and that we're allowing this to be higher than normal, are we then allowed to require the setback more than is required in the DCP? I think that's the question. Am I getting that right?
It doesn't comply, does it?
Doesn't comply with the height, no.
Because it doesn't comply with the height, you can ask for it to be set back.
That's correct. That's exactly what I said. Yes. Can we ask it to be set back further if it doesn't comply with the height? Yes, that's the question, yes.
Looking through the. Generally, setback is 6 metres.
It says it's 10.83 metres from the front boundary.
In terms of setback through the chair, setback of the dwelling, it's in line with the dwelling, so the front setback is the requirement of the DCP.
Yes, but the question is, because if we accept that it can be a greater height than that, are we allowed to then insist that it be set back further on that basis? That's the question.
Through the chair, that would be council varying the DCP then
Is it likely to be challenged?
So the chair may be challenged.
You're putting it back further than the back of their house. I wouldn't like that in the garden either.
So, Councillor McCarthy, I think you'd have to put an amendment up.
Oh, I'm just voting against it because if you went and had a look at this, the same as I think you're going to get one from 31 Springfield Street as well. And with the caravan there, you now got no access into the shed as well. So anyway, I'm just think it's going to start to look like a dog's breath because you've got people up there with $1 million houses and it's starting to change the amenity of that area. That's the way I feel. I don't much agree with me, but I'm just putting my point forward.
Councillor O'Connor?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I agree with Councillor McCarthy. I mean, should the caravan take precedent over our planning? I mean, it's a caravan. For goodness sake, I agree with Councillor McCarthy that if they're going to have a caravan of that size and they want a structure that's beyond what our rules are, to move it back would not be such a detriment.
Well, are you proposing an amendment? Well, at the moment, it's either going to get, the motion is going to get approved or not. So
take instruction because to me to put an amendment into this where it may then get challenged, I wouldn't like to put the council.
I'll ask the general manager what I've tried to ask what the likelihood of being challenged if we did something like this.
Mr Mayor, this report seeks a variation to the DCP, not
Yes.
to approve it, not to refuse it.
Yes.
So if councils are of mind that they would like to endorse the non-compliance with the DCP, however, indicate to staff to go back and ask the developer to move it back,
Yeah,
I would suspect that that would be a way forward in this instance because
that's right.
council has supporting to the elevation or the change to the DCP, but they haven't been asked to approve this application in this point in time.
Thank you.
So you'll move an amendment? Do you have a seconder? Councillor McCarthy? Thank you. I don't think you needed to speak to it.
No.
What's the amendment? What's the amendment?
What he said.
No, you can't do that. It has to be an amendment.
So
No,
just through that chair,
no.
acknowledging a request that should this be supported through a merits-based assessment, the need to have any shed moved back is something that is still yet to be determined by the relevant officer. So if council want to put a note on it to say that, however, the support comes with a recommendation that the shed moves behind the building line, that might be something that the staff will then need to take into consideration as part of the assessment. I will note though that I think there is a fence at the rear of the property, which is why
It's in the picture.
the shed's been put on the alignment that it's suggested, but that I just wanted to clarify that this isn't to approve the development, it's simply to seek council's support to
Bury it.
recommend the height change.
Can I ask a question? Have we approved others already like this, and now we're just going to get one person, that penalty applied to them?
I'll ask the director of planning.
Through the chair, I don't think there are any other carports approved in Springfield Street that I'm aware of.
Oh, in
From our vicinity.
in Oberon we did last.
You know, Ron, would have, yes.
This height,
I think we've already done it.
No. Disagree.
of this height, before caravans,
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
with this, and they make it.
And we made another one move its carport back into a line with the house. Remember that one, 2023?
Mr Mayor, just trying to reflect on those comments by two councillors. Things change. And this is a fairly substantial, quite a good development here. And what we're just trying to do is tidy it up in terms of the fence that's already there. Excuse me,
Councillor Hayden.
in terms of the fence that's already there, it's actually a gate, so it could be actually moved back. So I don't think that's an issue. I think our general manager's suggestion is a very good one. Thank you.
Okay, so are you going to put up an amendment and how will it read? The council,
So,
yeah,
so here's one prepared earlier, Mr Mayor.
right.
That the councillor's amendment or the
Would
staff?
it be something like, would the applicant consider that due to the height, the setback be placed back?
So,
Two, it is noted that council requests the shed be moved back to beyond the building line as part of the assessment of the development application. So who was the mover and seconder? Please, Sharon?
movement seconder was councillor Hayden and councillor Graham. The amendment.
No, I think the first thing is councillor Hayden and councillor Graham, do you agree with that proposed word?
No, I won't. Can I say why?
No, that's fine.
I would like to say why it's
No,
important.
you could talk to that when we have the amendment. So your amendment is as per what's on the board, is it? So council one, the council vary C55, building height plane, its current DCP 2001 in relation to development application DA 2026.027 at 35 Springfield Street, Oberon, lot 13 DP 124344, the erection of a carport. 2, it be noted that council requests the carport to be moved back to beyond the building line as part of the assessment and development application DA 2026.027. 3, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Is that your amendment, councillor O'Connor, and seconded councillor McCarthy?
Correct, Mr Mayor, but our director has a question.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, if you look at image number 1, the carport is already behind the building line.
Right.
When you look at the dwelling. So you need to nominate
A distance.
further back from where it is.
All right, so you want, so how far back?
3 metres.
Oh, what? It's not their backyard.
How many metres?
I said 3. I'm open.
Well, the building line, as I assume, is a portico on the front of the house. Is that right? That's the building line. So,
Back
Got
behind,
the dimension to the left.
yes,
If council supporting councillor McCarthy's requirements, you would add 3 metres onto that dimension.
yeah, that's right.
so it's back 6 metres already, is it?
Back 10 metres,
After that.
10.8 metres, it's saying there.
Can I
That side of it.
make a suggestion? Just back behind the fence. See, it's up against the fence now, so if we go back behind the fence, that satisfies what we're trying to achieve.
In saying this too, Mr Mayor, you've got to consider the people next door.
Through the chair, that you can go, the adjoining neighbour was notified, councillor McCarthy, there was no submissions received.
So you shove it backwards and then you're blocking their view and then there will be a submission.
Right on, councillor.
So going through the chair, if we
You're also getting-
the bottom line, we need to re-notify.
Yes.
See,
Yes.
because it's a different proposal.
So are you saying, councillor McCarthy, that did you say 3 metres? So you're saying it becomes, it's back from the curb 13.830 metres?
I'm happy 2 metres, Mr Mayor.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, if you look at image number 4, the adjoining neighbour has some doors and windows.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about, yes.
So therefore, being the high plane, and it talked about not overshadowing other windows, when we read the DCP, then that may then come into play.
It's 2 questions hanging over it.
Right. Yes,
I think,
councillor Tucker.
there's 3.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, as was said, we're not actually debating whether to approve the
No,
application.
not.
We're debating whether to vary the DCP, and therefore we don't need to give reasons. If we were to reject it, we wouldn't need to give reasons. So I would have thought that an easier way, rather than having an amendment, we could just vote against varying the DCP and let the owner work out how they're going to change it so that they comply with the DCP.
We could, councillor Tucker, but I think we try and be constructive to move DAs through where we can.
And Mr Mayor, just to comment, it's 2 different things.
Yeah.
So you've been asked to vary through height. And now, if you refuse that because it's not set back, it might confuse the matter.
That's why it said is.
So if they were to move it back 2 metres or 3 metres or whatever, would it still need that variation to the DCP?
Yes.
Yes.
It would.
Because of the height. Councillor Trimmer.
I did have my hand up.
Yes, I know.
We have a recommendation, and now we've gone into an amendment debating. I hate to tell you, people watching some of these meetings and seeing us make decisions like, I'll make you 3 metres. Oh no, how about making 1 metre? Or it looks ridiculous. And a couple of years ago, I'm sure there's a few of you around this table, remember when we debated the colour of roofs?
Yes.
With no expertise in what we were talking about. I thought it was always very clear, if we had a recommendation, we had to have a very good reason to go against it. And I think it's just on the run. With no, if I was that person watching this meeting, I'd be in here tomorrow morning.
Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I totally do not agree with this amendment whatsoever. If I was a homeowner and I wanted to put a lovely carport between two houses that doesn't detract from the backyard and from anyone's plane of vision, or the front yard and anyone's plane of vision, I'd stick it in a gap that isn't going to be annoyed and go upwards. So that's what they applied for. What we're arguing about is absolutely irrelevant. All they want to do is put a prefab carport up and bury the height. We should not be telling someone to move a carport backwards to make the backyard of your house look like crap. Simply.
Any other discussion on this matter? Yes,
Just
councillor.
make one comment. Make a level with the back eave, back wall, whatever that is. Back wall, okay, well.
We're going up.
Councillor Lee is entitled to his point of view, councillor Hayden.
Yeah, you're talking about bringing it from the front back, and there's been suggestion 2 and 3 metres. My suggestion is I don't know the dimensions, but to bring it back level with the back wall.
So you're foreshadowing an amendment if this amendment fails.
It's only a.
Councillor Graham. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're just complicating things here. I think it just needs to go forward.
All right, let's put I'll put the amendment. Oh, sorry, councillor Leveris.
I agree with councillor.
Whatever her name is.
Whatever her name is, whatever her name is, whatever her name is.
I put the amendment. All in favour?
Oh, that's one, no.
Yes, the amendment. Councillor O'Connor, McCarthy, Tucker and Lee. How many is that? That's 4. So the amendment fails. We go back to the motion.
Made the motion before.
All in favour of the motion? Brembart, Leveris, Hayden,
No.
Graham, McKibben. Thank you. The motion as per the recommendation passed. Thank you. So much of a shame, is it? Oberon Digital Plan 2026, item 9.13. Recommendation is council notes the submission received during the exhibition of the draft Oberon Digital Plan 2026 to adopt the updated Oberon Digital Plan 2026, including amendments responding to matters raised in the submission as outlined in the report. Delegate authority to general manager to make minor amendments if required. 4, publish the adopted plan on the council's website. Nomination, please. Councillor Leveris, Councillor Hayden. Oh, Councillor Brembart. I thought you were pointing at Councillor.
I did have my hand up. So
You pointed at him. Anyway.
Because he had his pen up.
Councillor Leveris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was impressed by Julie Scott, to be quite honest, and her submission, and there was some excellent detail in there, and obviously she's got expertise in the area.
Yep. That's true.
Yes, I agree. All the recommendations that she made were really good and have provided us with a very well developed digital plan. So,
Yeah, very helpful, instructive, I thought. Any other comments? Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Julie does a good job when she's looking at anything to do with digital plans or NBN, because she was one of the stalwarts that actually pushed for O'Connell to have its NBN out there. So she does a really top job. Thanks.
Okay, no further discussion. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go on to item 10. I intend to break at 8:30 or before we get to confidential, if we can get through that through state, or for a break. 10, councillors and delegates reports. 10.1, Rural and Regional Summit, 7th of May 2026. Recommendation of council receive and note the Local Government New South Wales Rural and Regional Summit 2026 delegates report. Councillor Hayden. Councillor Graham, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope that the report spoke for itself, and I thank the General Manager and staff for putting the attachments in the business paper, because they were very important. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Graham.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hayden for a comprehensive report. It certainly reflected what happened at the summit.
Yep. Any other discussion? I put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 10.2 Country Mayors Association meeting, 8th of May 2026. The recommendation is the council receive and note down its report regarding the Country Mayors Association meeting held on Friday, the 8th of May 2026. Okay, Councillor Graham, your motion. Seconder. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was a very informative country mayors meeting. Minutes don't always reflect the speakers and the importance of what they're saying. The minutes are a bit more administrative, if you like, and that's not really the main part of the meeting. That's gone through very quickly. So the speakers, and it was all on skills and how we improve skills, particularly in regional areas. So it was very good.
Councillor Hayden.
Yes, thank you for the report. And, you know, I know that we attend country mayors, and it's the same as the JO, and it doesn't matter how many submissions we write or how many times country mayors and so on support councils in all of their advocacy. I'm just so frustrated that so much of it falls on deaf ears. That's what I got out of reading from a lot of these reports, and it's just ongoing. And I just hope one day one of the politicians are going to listen, and they're going to surprise us, and they're going to turn up, and they're going to have that star that they're going to give to our councils out here. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Shall I put the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Levitt, sorry.
I just want to make just a couple of general observations. I didn't realise that we're a 63.4% drought. I didn't think it was that high. So that came as a bit of a.
I think it's reduced late.
Yeah, big surprise.
It's reduced. I think it's down to less than 50% now.
Yeah. Now the only other thing I've just made a note of here is the renewable energy community benefit sharing, and I get the reason behind all the BPA, but you know sometimes we tend to sort of be focused by shiny things. For example, you know we've got an increasing EV rollout, okay, and then we've got also there are 44 data centres in development, all right, which is as of March 2026. And that equates around 4 gigawatts of additional demand. So, and as an example, an AI hyperscale centre can use up to gigawatts of power every hour, and 5 gigalitres of water every year, which is about 11% of overall dam. So, and then half gigawatt can power up roughly about 500,000 homes. So, I don't know how we're going to be able to power all this through.
Councillor Everest, are you talking about the JO paper or the country mayors?
10.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I've got here, unless I've gone to the. Well,
5.3? No.
The energy minister talking in country mayors.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's all. So I'm just sort of trying to say, look, you know, there's this big push for renewable energy, and I don't know if we're part of it here, but I just think the bigger picture, we're going to hollow our industry the way we're going. I mean, this is just going to basically just increase the price of electricity beyond a level that, you know, we're not going to be able to sustain business here. That's my concern. Anyway, that's just a statement.
No, thank you for opinion. All right, any other views or discussions? Not, I put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 10.3. Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Board meeting and meeting with New South Wales Minister. The recommendation is the council receive and note the report regarding the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Board meeting and visit Department on 27th and 28th of May 2026. I'll move the motion. Have a second, please. That's a Hayden. Thank you. I think the report speaks for itself. Very interesting about the Western Sydney International Airport and the presentations we had in relation to that. It's going to be open for freight as from July and passengers from October, I understand. But still the freight forwarding and a few other issues are a little outstanding at this stage. And that was expressed at the meeting that I referred to in the Merrill Minute at the Milbury last week on the 3rd of June. Yes, the rest of it speaks. The advocacy issues are there. And again, we do talk about the renewable energy community benefit sharing there, council members. So I might have been confused as to thinking you were talking about it there. And we talked about the CSU medical, water, climate change. So a lot was discussed at that JO meeting, and the meeting of ministers was basically a full day. And the team at the JO, including the new chief executive, Kate Barker, did a great job in getting the lineup of ministers we did, and we were sponsored by Roy Butler, Minister for the member of Parliament. Second, Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, thank you for the report. And I've probably got the same rehashed opinion with the JO supporting councils, and like we're not really getting anywhere. I'm disappointed to hear about the inland rail issues. And then when we go through the report again, like we get a lot of comments said by politicians, but there's never any outcomes. That we're just lost out here on the other side of the ether, and we only exist when they want us to exist. And I'd actually I'd like to hear more transport industries being noisier. And I note in here the Great Western Highway detour support, like other ways to the west. Council gets $15,000 and $5,000 for an event. It's like, what band can you get these days to hold an event, or how much is an event going to cost you these days? You're looking at $8,000 as minimum, you know. So they treat us like second-class citizens, and they treat us with contempt. And I'm getting really fed up with the contempt that they dish out to us all out here in the regions. And I'm sorry, I'm just holding the pedestal for another minute and a half. But it's disappointing, and we're watching our community. There's 3 businesses in Oberon at risk of closing currently. And I want the government to start hearing that their measly $15,000 to run an ad campaign to get visitors here that are going to get pulled up on the highway and stuck for hours, especially if there's going to be an accident. I want them to understand that their measly $15,000 and their measly little pennies to hold an event that's meant to bring people here isn't helping our shopkeepers that need a minimum $20,000 grant to sustain them for the next 12 months.
So, Councillor Hayden, council in particular, I have been advocating and saying it should be disaster funding. There should be federal government, because it is a natural disaster on that highway. We're pushing for that. I've been saying that the 15,000 is pathetic. I've been saying the 5,000 is pathetic, and I've been saying, you know, Hartley and Mount Victoria got 10,000. Well, that's piddly, but Oberon businesses need supporting. I've referenced businesses here. I've referenced a particular business owner being in tears at the Opta meeting the other night about her business. If you're out on the highway when was it, yesterday? I was there speaking about the closure of the highway and what it was impacting on our community, and saying all of that. We're trying, we're not getting anywhere, but we're trying, and we're saying to the government, why isn't this declared a natural disaster? Bringing federal funding in, and then you have small, medium and business support.
And just to finish on that, Mr. Mayor, if we can revert back to 2019, 2020, when they had COVID financial support that went out to businesses, and they were giving businesses $10,000 each, and there was no disaster anywhere. It is quite appalling what they're doing. And anyway, one more note aside from my rant there, and I apologise to everybody. But one note too is, when is our government going to start declaring drought as a natural disaster? We have flooding. We do not have drought listed as a natural disaster, and that is a priority as well.
Yes.
That's no snow.
Yeah.
You got one up on that.
Any further discussion on this matter? Yes, Councillor Everest.
Just to say, my previous comment has actually should be applied to this report.
Well, all I can see is you're very honest, Councillor Everest.
I'll make mistakes.
We do. I said that earlier in the interview. As long as we all learn. Okay, any further discussion? I put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Well, 10.4 is the Oberon Arts Council meeting 23rd April 2026. The recommendation of council receive and note the delegates report for 23rd April 2026 Oberon Arts Council meeting. Councillor Graham, you're moving this. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Everest.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As per the recommendation, but I'll just highlight a couple of points that the Arts Council was very impressed with the International Women's Day event. I would like to commend the organisers. Meetings are going to be every second month for a while, which is good. There's at the meeting it was decided to have a working bee, but I'm not sure what happened at it. So I'll find out at the next meeting, which is next week, which is the AGM.
Thank you. Councillor Levis. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to committee reports, 11.1 Heritage Committee meeting, 25th of May 2026. The recommendation is the council receive and note minutes the Heritage Committee meeting held on 25th of May 2026 to seek two new committee members to replace the two members that have resigned late last year. Councillor Trember, you moving this? Seconder. Councillor O'Connor, thank you.
Yes, move it as it's stated, but I just wanted to highlight that we welcomed Councillor O'Connor onto the Heritage Committee last meeting. It's a good one, but we're still looking to find two more people. We're a little bit light, having lost Susan and David Willis, who contributed quite a lot with their knowledge and of heritage. Of note also was that our Heritage Advisor was looking at the Mount Wrong hut, but it actually discovered that it was actually the village was much more of the importance, and noted that we should be looking to include that in LEP. And we're looking to form a working party with National Parks on that. And the other one is the Heritage Committee to have a project to work on for the rest of the year. And that's huts and sheds in Oberon LGH, which is something that we can schools, yes, actually. Philippa asked if we could also include schools. So that would be a good project, trying to document that, and then we can retain that for the community, a little bit of history. So.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, it's my first attendance at a Heritage meeting. It was very well chaired by Councillor Trember. I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised, the committee members were on board, and it's some really good topics that we're going to be pursuing, and look forward to it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Not, I put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Go to 12, reports for information. 4.1 is the monthly activity report for General Manager June 2026. The recommendations report 12.1 has received information. Do I have a motion? Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor Trembath. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, thank you to the General Manager and staff for the report. As you know, I'll probably have a couple of questions again. I'm not talking about the sports complex at this stage, but I did want to find out, is there any progression with the club?
Through the chair, hopefully, we'll have a meeting on Thursday.
Is that a sports complex committee meeting?
Yeah, the invite's been sent out. I'm just waiting for the response.
And you'll note we've had a response back from them in relation to what we provided, and that's only received, I think, in the last week, hasn't it?
Yeah, so we're
Last thread, yeah.
I believe that we're very close.
Okay, thank you. Just on, where was it? In regards to council's town maintenance operator raised concerns about industrial waste being deposited in public road bins on Oberon Street. Could I get some clarification about what that was? And what do you mean by council's town maintenance operator? Just one of the work crews that's on. Yeah, okay.
through the chair, very exciting title. I'm sure that town maintenance operator be called something else, but let's go with that. Yeah, there was some work done on the front of the property that raised concern. It's the matter was that they were removing the front of the facade and they were putting it in the council bins as the appropriate way to dispose of it. So there was an issue raised and it was passed on to our director for landing and development, who promptly was onto the operator. However, yeah, it's been raised through my report, given that there was a WHS risk that was.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
A little bit.
pretty silly is what it was. Anyway.
Okay, and I did want to mention, under the recruitment, the works overseer position's been filled, road repair team leader, date is to be confirmed, or water wastewater operator position, a preferred candidate has been selected, and the utilities manager role and recruitment process remains ongoing. Just my query around that is, I went onto the council website the other day and went to positions vacant, and instead of it now opening on the one page, and now you click on positions and it opens into another external page. It's a bit, there was no positions advertised there. And considering the conversation I had with you last week, how there's people out there in the community that are interested in positions, would it be easy enough, or could our IT do something where there's an expressions of interest button on there? So these people that may be interested in working for council could be like getting your recruitment calendar and a little matrix happening where people have put their interests through, goes through and they keep a database of it, perhaps, because I can't find a position, not even on Seek, for Oberon Council's jobs.
And through the chair, that a majority of these have already been positions
Yeah, I
that
would
have
just mean
been
the last
resolved.
one in there.
But I'm happy to take that on board because they should be on our website to discuss those.
They're
things.
currently not.
Happy to take that as on notice.
And just somewhere where someone can say, okay, I'm interested in, I want to work for the council, or I have these qualifications. It just gives us an avenue for people to be able to go there and actually put their expressions of interest forward.
If anyone's listening online, more than happy to receive expressions of interest, cold calls, CVs. We are still short on expertise, and I call that expertise across the board. So encourage those people to reach out.
Councillor Trimble?
Yes, thank you for a comprehensive report as usual. And just congratulations on your appointment to the statewide provincial board. It's tiny but mighty to have been appointed onto that. So I don't know if everyone understands what that means. I just want to fill everyone in.
So statewide mutual is our insurer. It insures 3 parts of Australia, let alone New South Wales. I've been elected onto that board as the Central West rep. There is 9 of us on that board that run a organisation that talks in the billions, not in the millions. I've been to one meeting and my head spun quite substantially, so it's all about reading and getting an idea, but from council's perspective, it gets us a seat at the table. It really gives highlights Oberon, and I was chuffed that people recognise that as well.
And it's also a way of insurance for us as a council.
It is the insurer of choice for the predominant councils in local government, yes.
Thank you. I was going to give my congratulations to the General Manager. It's a very important position. It means we do get a real insight into our insurance and our and how it's formed and how it's assessed, and our premiums, which are a major issue. And also assessing risk regime and assist us in our when we're doing our risk profiling and when we're doing our risk assessment and all the areas of risk assessment in particular, it gives us a greater, because Gary's on that now, it gives us a greater insight as to how the statewide mutual board's looking at risk so that it can be reflected back to us as well. And it also gives us particular a place on the board to be able to address risks that we see are of major importance to our council and discuss them with mutual people of similar industries as us, to be able to how we assess them and how we cope with them and to mitigate the risk for their insurance purposes to reduce or at least stabilise premiums. I've just asked on the STP update, any update on the project manager appointment?
Mr. Mayor, in accordance with the questions taken on notice, it was delayed.
Yes, I realise it's
for a
delayed.
while, but I think we're getting very close to the appointment now, yeah.
So by the end of this financial year, we'll have one?
Oh, absolutely. I'm talking about for the end of this
Week.
It's
Imminent.
very close.
Okay. I just noted on under 25th of May in the activity on flights, Casora, I'm probably missing something. What was Casora?
We missed 286.
What?
Have we missed 97? Did we do fees and charges?
Yes, we did it as before as part of until get up to the IPNR 9.9. So
Casora is a program that's been developed to help with local government accessing their carbon footprint. It is a growing, I don't want to say concern, but certainly issue where industry across the board is being asked to measure and try and mitigate their carbon footprint.
Yep.
Local government is not immune to that, and the Casora system is one that helps us do that, because we do not have one person, half a person, a quarter of a person looking at that type of stuff. And through the expertise of the tech services director and waste being one of the biggest ones in that space, we're jumping into that program and trying to get some understanding of what that could look like moving forward.
thank you. Any other? Yes, Councillor Taker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'm not sure if congratulations to the GM is the right word, or commiserating. My one quick question is at the bottom of 628, top of 629, plan utilisation and replacement order. I know I touched on this earlier when we were talking about the code of meeting practice. I just want to confirm that the comment there at the bottom of 628 where it says that the report will be presented to the July ordinary meeting, that's now obsolete, because we can have the workshop where we can have a much more free discussion at a workshop. And my suggestion is that we might be able to combine that workshop with, I mentioned to Director of Corporate Services last month about there's still a workshop to come about financial reserves. Maybe we can fit both topics into one workshop.
So just through the mayor, because we now operate in a different environment than it was before, staff will be reaching out to councils about, can have these workshops, what do we want to see? Like, we want to be able to work with council and say, well, if these things get taken away from us again, let's have a good dig at what we need to do now.
That's sure.
And get these things.
Absolutely, and that's my point as well, that if it just comes as a report to the meeting, it has to be a formal debate. You can't really have a presentation from staff. You can't raise other stuff that's not in the report. So a workshop, I think, would be much better.
So could I suggest you put a note through the general manager and
Through the chair, as I said, we will be reaching out to councils because there could be more than just that. Right?
Yeah.
And one of the things that staff have been also saying is that the previous provisions are also a problem for staff, and with these with the ability to have them, we will
And from that
follow
was
that.
part of the discussion I had with the director last month as well. I know you guys have been struggling with it as well, and it's great that we are now, at least for a period of time, able to have those workshops. And I look forward to both of them, or one if they can, if those topics to combine. Thank you.
No further discussion. I put the motion as per the recommendation in relation to 12.1. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 12.2. Monthly activity report for planning and development, June 2026. Recommendation of report item 12.2 is received information. Do I move it, please? Motion. Councillor O'Connor, second. 12.2. Councillor O'Connor, seconder. Councillor McCarthy, you got your arm. Thank you.
Very good report once again, nothing further to add.
Councillor McCarthy.
It's good report, but I just got an inquiry from Damien. Is we're having reoccurring strange stuff. When they're reoccurring, is there any chance of council recouping the cost?
Through the chair, yes,
And do we do that?
again, so here, yes, we have done so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't recoup my costs. Tell my neighbours if they've side of the road.
No, that's not what Damien will understand what I'm talking about.
Yes, we know. Yeah. Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I'd thank the planning director for the report. There was a couple of queries, some of my notes have vanished off it, but in relation to the number of cats in town, there's no cats for May and no cats for June. Well, June's not on here yet, but there was a cat advertised on council's website on the 2nd of June, I think, for rehoming. So would that have been in, when was that picked up? Prior to June, I gather, or after June? After June.
Through the chair, the stats are up until end of May.
Into May, okay. So that might have been the 1st of June or something, it got
Correct.
picked up.
So that cat is still in the pound at the moment.
Okay, and regarding 34 Glendweir Avenue and what?
I was just asking whether the cat's a cat. We got one. We could have it. No?
I don't want a cat, I've got two. I don't want another,
Sorry.
but it is cute. Sharon might want it.
No, councillors, stick to the bidding, please. Right. Where are we up to?
So that's Gary's fault, Mr Mayor. Just as I was finishing, in regards to the planning proposal and the land reclassification at 34 Glendweir and the ones out the road, what's the hold up? Why are they held up for so long?
Going through the chair, it's been with the department since we submitted them, so it's, they're considering the advice from the department probably a week and a half ago was it was imminent to get to a gateway determination, and then we have to put it on public exhibition.
It's always imminent.
It's always imminent, that's the word for the chair.
Okay, it just seems, yeah, it's very odd, but anyway, okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else? I just asked Director, there seems to be few DA applications that go back to at least April and one to March that are pending, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, and they're being looked at and appropriately assessed, and there may have been some other information required that hasn't stopped the clock, but it's being looked at.
Any other discussion? If not, I put the motion that report item 12.2 has received information. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 12.3 monthly activity report, technical services, May 2026. Recommendations report 12.3 has received information. A motion, please. Councillor Leveris, Councillor Hayden. Thanks, Councillor Leveris.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A good report as always, but I note on page 641 or page 110 in this booklet, there's an excavator with steel tracks on Bitumen Road. I thought that was a no-no.
Sorry?
There's an excavator with steel tracks that's on the Bitumen Road, and I always thought that was a no-no.
Through the chair, I can follow that up if it's actually statement of this moving.
Yes, councillor Hayden.
Yeah, happy to second. I've just got a few questions, if I could. They're not fully answered through the report, and I do recall that I have been told a few things at the last meeting. After some reports today, some people driving from Burragee, yourself, Mr Mayor, would know how the road's going. But can the director provide an update on Campbell's River Road? The number of concerns from road users is pretty concerning regarding its current condition after the rainfall we've had. Has an assessment been undertaken, and what works have been identified, and what's the anticipated timeframe for the repairs out there?
On Campbell's River Road.
On Campbell's River, you're talking about
Where the
where
work was done and it fell apart.
what? Yeah, near the White Springs Cemetery.
White Springs.
It has deteriorated. I was came in tonight. It's got worse than it has.
It's split open and all.
Very slippery.
Through the chair, we picked that up as well, that there was more road surface.
damage.
Stripping
A
more.
lot of
So we take that up with the contractor.
Yeah.
I actually had to start taking it up with them.
There's a lot of forestry trucks on there. There's 3 on that section today.
So,
In front of me.
can we get some signs out there as well, because the community resident said there's no signage advising about.
There's a 60.
There might be a 60, but that's prior to that section and it kind of just stops. But something in relation, that's what they were complaining. They said there's no work out, no signs out there advising of the damaged section of the road.
Okay, I mean, there are things with signage. They don't believe it.
66, it's not saying it's a damage though. And are there any updates on Dog Rocks Road? I continue to receive those complaints, and I went out there last week and I'll never drive on it again. It was an absolute nightmare. So when will any work be kicking off with that?
So, councillor Hayden, I sent an email to the General Manager and Director of Technical Services, reporting on that road from the Black Springs Community Association and having driven it myself. And I've had a number of complaints like you have, from all sorts of people, both residents and from stock carriers. And the state of the road is not good, and there was concerns about whether small cars would actually get damaged, their suspension damaged on it. It's not good. And I talked to both the General Manager and Technical Services Director. Obviously, it needs some major work. Filling of potholes may not be the ultimate solution, but we're looking at some transition arrangements for some more substantive work can be done. I will ask the Director of Technical Services if we can update or indicate if further work from what I've said.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the works won't be able to commence until the construction window opens, and that's the first priority to commence on Dog Rocks. We have provided enough, but that's self-speaking. You can't undertake construction works after the construction window because it will just then fail again. In case that's what you're.
Yeah, no, I'm just really concerned because the construction window's going to be in the warm weather.
Correct. But
And currently, I don't want to see people get killed on that road. They
yes,
have
through
to
the
drive.
chair, we have got a speed limit in place, which is 40, I believe, and it's advised on live traffic one road. So people can look it up and decide if they want to take a diversion. So the road's not closed currently, if that's what's being asked. So adequate speed limits are in place. There have been communication sent out to the public on that progress and the issues with that, which is naturally occurring asbestos, that we've got to identify and determine exactly where it is and the extent of it before we can undertake any works. The proposal had been to scrape off the surface and convert it into a gravel road, which we could not undertake those works until we've completed the testing. And from memory, I thought there was some update in here as to when the testing is going to be. I think it's going to be on this month. And when we have the results, we can
Because,
know more.
yeah, so one of the issues is,
22nd of June.
if you go to live traffic, and I've currently got all the copies of live traffic and all the issues we've got in our LGA, and it states here, and this was taken last night at 11 o'clock, over on Dog Rocks Road, approximately Airstrip Road, there will be scheduled road works Thursday, the 18th of June to Friday, the 19th of June, 2026. So, impact 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. road affected both ways on the Thursday and Friday.
Which date, sorry?
18th of June and the 19th of June.
Thursday and Friday.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, there should be something saying that there's obviously ongoing impact on that.
No, it doesn't say anything to do
So I
with that.
can follow that up. I haven't looked at it.
If you could, because there's nothing, that's all that's on there. It has the section way back further that there's an 80k zone and that's it. But when people are travelling that route to get to Ball or to get to work, it really is a worry and it is really damaging.
Yeah, we've noted that.
Even just go and fill the holes with grass.
So through the chair, or filling them with gravel might not help.
It's much better than
did
hitting.
advise the mayor that the deepest potholes we can fill with cold mix on the interim to avoid vehicles that don't have a high clearance actually bottoming out, considering there's many potholes that can't necessarily be avoided. Traffic. So
Can't avoid it because
Let the technical service director.
We can take. We intended to take.
Yeah, so I've already indicated to the technical service director that, you know, small cars. So.
even a vehicle your size, Mr. Mayor, I had my Tarago. I dodged one hole and I got 4 and the whole front end fell in it. So they are not little. So you go round 1, you'll hit 3 or 4. You go round 3 or 4, you'll hit the other 4.
Council, I have put a
It's
written report to the technical services director, and it followed my investigation, comments I was getting, and comments at the Black Springs community meeting.
All right.
The technical service director is well aware of it, and is looking into it.
And then my third question, after the recent rainfall, I note that a couple of the dirt roads, the dirt section of Stools Creek Road and Mozart Road, the Mozart Road section where has been the common bad section, our GM probably remembers the section that we've had to build up over a period of time on the eastern end of Mozart Road. That has all washed away. It's all just big holes now. And the trucks that are bypassing through there just blowing all the dirt out. So that's getting really, really bad. Then the Sewells Creek Road, all the corrugations are back and the holes, and it's getting pretty bad. And just wondering, are we going to have now that it's better weather for grading, will there be a matrix of repairs done on the dirt roads through the wetter months?
Through the chair, with our maintenance problem, we follow a set routine, and we don't like to divert from it based on specific requests because it's not very efficient at all, and it uses us a lot of the maintenance money available throughout the year. So we follow that routine, and when we get to an area where we do maintenance grading, we look at surrounding areas and recent issues with that and address it at that time.
Okay, and note that the council's commenced its vegetation roadside work this afternoon. Did that start at Black Springs or did it start town going to Black Springs? Because I note the sign, the big sign is at Black Springs. And then I was looking on the sides of the road and I'm thinking, there's nothing really done there. And then it wasn't until I got down near Red Bank that I noticed that they were doing further on each side of the road.
It's at least started Mount Norway Road, because that's where I passed it.
Yeah, that's where I seen it today. Near Red Bank.
Abercrombie Road,
Yes.
Mr. Lodging here.
Yeah, Abercrombie Road.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it started last. I've seen it was actually on Shooters Hill Road between Mount Long and Portsmouth Tree. So that's where I've last seen them, so they must have moved onto Abercrombie, and I believe it's to max out our block rate.
Yeah, so they'll go all the way to Black Springs, won't they?
I'm not sure how far we're going. It probably depends on timing and how far we get and how we track with available.
Because it's looking good where they actually are. If they can clear the roadsides all the way to Black Springs, that'd be brilliant. And then finally, I'm just wondering, because we do get these reports and we have to sit here and ask a lot of questions. Will we get an update down the track or have a works meeting when we can have a look at the forward works program at all? Like what's happening, what's planned, like the old getting the matrix and having a look what programs we're up to.
In relation to which works,
Works, council works.
roads?
Yeah, road, basically roads and what programs we're up to and getting.
Well, the roads program, for example, is dependent on the budget, which was endorsed tonight. So that identifies the projects all based on the workshop discussions we had leading up to IPNR. That highlighted the programs we're doing. So now that we've got confirmation, we can issue the relevant works in preparation for that, and that will determine the program going forward.
Yeah, okay.
Just with the chair, and just calling back to where councillor Tugger.
Yeah, wait.
Staff are going to set a list of things. What does councillors want to see in this, let's call it the interim? So we'll be calling out to you guys to see what do you want to see in those types of things.
Outcomes and is what I want to see.
Through the chair, it's not about outcomes, it's about program. Like, so the outcomes are the things that get delivered once you've programmed them. Once you've
got the
had
budget and you got the
conversation.
program, your schedule. All right. Anything else? Councillor McCarthy?
Yes, getting back to the 8 Mile Swamp Creek, I see the on the Fish River, it's been all tidied up and the verges so the water can get away in the drain. I was wondering whether we can't do the same approach down on the 8 Mile Swamp Creek so we get the water off the road.
Yes,
Through the chair, the determination on the works required is with transport, proceeding as a state road, so they approve which works we can undertake. And there was an update previously saying that that's still a stage to determine.
Isn't the Sydney Road the same way?
Sorry?
Isn't the Malloy Road, the Sydney Road the same?
Yeah, the work there was approved. It's my understanding is so it's a different issue.
But this one hasn't been approved.
Crossing cleaning at Malloy, or which work do you refer to on?
I'm comparing that work's been done and it looks good. The water's getting away.
So I think Councillor McCarthy's saying, can't we replicate the work that was done on Duck Malloy Road at the 8 Mile Swamp Creek culvert? But obviously it was with Transport for New South Wales. So what are you asking the Technical Services Director is, have we recommended to Transport for New South Wales that similar work be carried out there as is done on the Malloy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I thought.
I believe it's a different issue.
Okay.
Okay. And the other one is, I see that we've been using coal mix on the O'Connell Road. Do we ever monitor what we do? What I'm getting at is that.
How effective it is?
No. When I was down there and I highlighted back to the general manager, there was a lot of work, holes missed. I was just wondering why we missed some and do some and.
Through the chair, we prioritise on intervention level as in depth of the hole.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this matter? Not, I'll put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Right, councillors, it's after 8:30. Do we want a break or do we want to continue? Break. All right. Okay, I will suspend the meeting for a minute and for a break. Councillors, we go to item 12.4, monthly activity report, corporate services, June 2026. The recommendation of report item 12.4 is received information. Have a motion. Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor McCarthy, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to thank the corporate services team, board director and the services and team for the report. I just have a few questions. Can staff provide an anticipated go live date for the planning portal and DA tracker?
Through the chair, it's difficult to give you a go live date at this point in time. I know last few months we've been continuing answering questions on this, and it's everyone's highest priority. There's council, there's ReadyTech, and there's the Department of Planning, where we're working through that testing phase and have found some configuration that needs to be fixed. So I would just be I'd be reluctant to give you a date. I just would highlight that we know this is a very key matter for council and all staff. We are checking. I'm asking daily updates as to where that's at, so we can work through that testing phase and get that live. The other part is we just want to make sure it's tested properly. There's not issues when that's rolled out, implemented to the community, because we have seen that in neighbouring councils, which we want to avoid.
Okay, and just in relation to the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, will the reference to recommendations within that plan or that plan come to council at any point for us to have a look at?
Through the chair, the DAP ultimately will be endorsed by council through firstly, there's an exhibition process on top of that as well. So absolutely be endorsed by council and updates provided through the Community Services Committee. But yeah, ultimately it's a council's strategic document will come for.
Okay, cool. And I noticed the high amount of physical items that go out through the library. That's a high number. 226 active users, and I was just wondering if there's any specific initiatives planned to promote the Borrow Box and any other digital library services beyond the library itself.
The library does have its own sort of social media marketing channel to promote that to members, and that also happens in place. We've just signed up for some more digital subscriptions based on some feedback. So we're definitely looking to expand all the digital offerings to the patrons. It's just sort of in those internal marketing to get that awareness up. But it's a key area that we're seeing the community wanting more digital options through that facility.
And another thing, just reading through the business breakfasts and advisory sessions and workshops, I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention, and a couple of the businesses have asked me to mention this as well, that they know they're suffering from the rising costs and low visitation, and they know their businesses are struggling. They don't necessarily need another meeting to tell them that. This is what a lot of businesses have had feedback. They don't need to keep telling people or being told or talk between each other how much they're actually suffering. But they need practical assistance, and that's once again relating to what I said earlier. If the state government want to do something and these other agencies want to assist, they need to keep nagging the state government for some financial assistance for them, because we can talk about the stress and talk about how everyone's feeling and possible closures, but it doesn't really give anything positive to the businesses. It just makes them go away and feel even more distressed than they really are. But anyway, thank you.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Matt. Thank the director for the report. Also want to Service Use Department, want to thank for getting the library wall repaired. Take it the glass is getting done too.
To the chair this morning was the wall and the roof. The glass is the next. I hear it's not too far away, the glass. So
also want to thank you for the report on the legal cost of the back rates. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Good. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. On favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 12.5 investments May 2026. Recommendations report item 12.45 is received information. A motion, please, Councillor O'Connor. Seconded, Councillor Everest. Thank you. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very good report. Nothing to declare.
You, Councillor Everest. Any other discussion? If not, I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 12.6 grants update June 2026. Recommendations report item 12.6 is received information of a motion. Councillor Hayden. Second to Councillor Everest. Was that you?
No.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was I really appreciate the feedback I got from our Corporate Services Director in relation to one of the mentions in the grant report regarding the 50% reduction for 50% loan interest subsidy of 50% for the loan interest costs. I was confused when I read that report. And I'm like, does this mean there's another $10 million loan, or what is this? So I was pleased when our corporate services director answered that, because that had me a bit confused. The rest of it, it's just disappointing that we don't have much success with some of the larger loans. And has there been any updates to the pending May throughout there, or they're still pending for notification? Several of them.
Through the chair, there is a couple of minor updates that may mention a little bit later on in confidential, based on some of the requirements around embargo and things like that. But yes, there is a couple of minor updates there.
Okay. Yes, it's interesting, the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure low cost loans. It's one that one of the ministers actually suggested we should go for in relation to STP. Wasn't indicated at that stage if work had commenced that we were precluded. I did ask that specific question. That's
yeah.
He didn't say no. It indicated that we were.
Told us to apply.
Yeah, told us to apply.
Yeah. Through the chair, just there's timeframes on that. Grant, from my understanding, grant deeds actually not going to be executed until February 27th. So, at the earliest. So that puts a lot of time stall on infrastructure projects. So, yeah, that's where we've sort of done our assessment. It's really quite difficult.
Any other discussion on this matter? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll go to 4.7. Status of Council Resolutions, June 2026. The recommendation to report 12.7 is received information. Move a motion, please. Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Hayden. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's a very good report. Thank you, the General Manager. He's got a couple of questions. For me, this is probably the most valuable report we received. And let's just keep up to date. Just a short one, with the old stockyards, there is in shed that's looking for some land, and whether or not in the future you might consider both the OTHR and the men's shed doing something collaborative. But I was just making comment on it. With regard to the industrial development, just checking when the report's going to come back regarding the progress, the costing, and the potential market value.
Yeah, we're looking to bring that back to July.
That's fantastic. And just the chestnut that I didn't want to bring up the last two times, but I'll do it now. If there's a lesson to be learned, it's the taxi stand. I don't want to bring this up again, but I have to. I mean, 18 months, a new business comes to town. It's unacceptable. He's still waiting for a taxi stand, and it's all due to our director provided very good insight, good overview, gave us some direction. We didn't listen. I've gone away. It still hasn't been resolved. And at the end of the day, when this happens, I understand it's only a 3-month trial. So I'd like to know what it's going to cost up to that point for a 3-month trial. We can't keep doing this as councillors. We can't interfere with our staff when they make a recommendation. We should listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, thank you for that. I always get a little bit disappointed when I have a look at the status report and I see that councillor resolutions become closed. So looking in the status report, the community question, the community basically Q&A, the community and councillor committee that I'd put forward, that was at the last council meeting deferred. due to confusion around the then Model Code of Meeting Practice 2025. That was deferred again, till the minister came back with writing. Well, now we're back to the 2021 code. I understand that. But the deferral is no longer required, as the general manager had written. It doesn't mean that the matter gets closed. It means that the matter comes back before the council to continue the debate. So that's what I get disappointed in. It was deferred, pending, and so now it should just come back to the council for continued debate.
Through the chair, I close that one out purely on the basis that a new code will allow us to do exactly what the notice of motion had asked to do. I didn't think that there was a need for it to come back because we're going to do it anyway.
We haven't made the decision as a council. It's the council's decision to make that decision because it was a specific committee that was going to be set up.
I'm through the chair. It was about working parties, and
it wasn't a working party. It was a committee. So I'd just like to see that come back to the next council meeting so it can continue in its format. It's pretty simple. Also, Humphreys Road partial road reconstruction. We've got a couple of going into the second page of that one. It's about a report being prepared detailing guidelines for developers in the construction of roads for future consideration by council. And I do note that's going back to the 2nd of February 2023, and it's continued on down to 11th of the 6th, public exhibition concludes. The public exhibition of the documents of the comprehensive land use strategy is nothing to do with guidelines for developers and roads. So I'm just wondering whether we have that conversation in council and close that out of the documents rather than taking up paper.
I know through the the matters that relate to the standards being included relate back to doing a DCP review. A DCP review was highlighted within those 2 pages as to where it was up to. The way to move that forward was always get your new strategy up and then look for a new DCP to be prepared once you've made your decisions around what the LEP amendment should look like. So it was always linked to that long-term strategic plan. Yes, it's taken a while. Yes, it's been there for a number, and staff will be looking at ways that we can potentially shorten this report. It's 60 odd pages, and if that means we take the last of the status reports and put it in the portal, and then just come back with 6 months worth of status report on those that are active, where once again it'll be something that we ask you guys about when we have a conversation.
So that's fine. I just think that whole lengthy section, I'd just like to see the resolutions and the actions. So that's basically all I want to see. There's the resolution, there's the action, there's the outcome, done. Ticked off, done, finished.
Well, I think with all due respect, councillor, is that sometimes it's just not as easy as that, which is why that one sits there for as long as it does.
And then on to the next one that was at the same council meeting, which is the residential land development, which was nominate and open tendering method, part 2, upon completion of the mandatory 21-day tender period, blah, blah, blah. So we've gone from there, we've gone the tender executed, then we've got a DA prepared in 8th month 23, then we've got the scope finalised in October, then we're down into 2024, a year later, and the development application was developed in preparation for an assessment, and then on the 12th of the 2nd 25 the development application was lodged. How far has that gone?
Through the chair, it's gone as far as we're willing to take it. Noting that all those bits and pieces in between that, where all those updates have been provided around looking for grant funding, trying to get it sourced in another way, searching with partners, and this particular one has gone back quite some time, and I've indicated that I'll bring a report back to the general on that.
So has the DA application been lodged?
DA's in,
The DA is being lodged.
yeah, the
Okay.
concept's there. There are some things that we need to do in relation to the nature of the land is quite problematic, being that it's so hilly. So we have to do a hydro study on it before we're in a position to be able to do that. But once again, you get grant funding, you get someone else to pay for that, which is what we're trying to do in this
Yeah,
case.
no, I was just trying to get some clarification around the points, because the DA's lodged in the 12th of February 2025, and then you were awaiting a quote to align with the current allocation. That's neither here nor there. A report would be provided in the new year, and that's as far as we're really up to. And then we've just got this update, the report set to be tabled in July. So is that still on the cards that we'll get that report in July?
Yeah, that's where I indicated last month that we were heading towards. You'll note that the request was for a cost versus expense type report, which says what are these things going to cost? Will council look at selling it? Do they want to do it themselves? And with a number of opportunities that were coming about, that we've sort of looked at that in a different light to try and maximise our availability. But we'll bring that report back to July to try and at least give council an indication on cost per square metre to develop it versus the potential cost to sell it. That's what the report bringing back was asked, because I agree with you. The tendering method was the thing that was designed for in that resolution.
Okay.
But a lot has fallen under that bridge since then.
So to the 12th of the 11th, 24, page 668, just in relation to the active transport strategy in the O'Connell footpath, there was ums and ahhings in relation to that a while back. What's currently happening with that? So it says in April that the application had been submitted under the New South Wales Department, blah, 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 waiting an outcome. And then you've got expected outcome date 31st of the 7th.
In line with the grants report where it said that that's when it was due.
This is this isn't to redo the strategy. This is the footpath.
No, that's to redo
The strategy.
The footpath is another
resolution.
Yeah.
That we have grant funding for.
You've got grant
But
funding.
in the action and status.
So what's
update of that,
happening with the grant funding? When's that deed end?
there is no end on the deed. That's
We're trying to get transport for New South Wales to do
Yeah,
some
the
amendments.
bridge and stuff,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, no, that'll do. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this matter? Well, I put the motion.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Take it.
Thank you, Mr. William. Excuse me again. Just one question. Bottom of 675, top of 676 relating to trees on council reserves. So 15th of April last year, we resolved in two parts. Third part was that policy for 109 trees on council reserves be reviewed, and the first step of that has happened, and it's on public exhibition at the moment. The second part was that discussions be held with Essential Energy concerning cooperative arrangements for trimming of street trees to achieve clearance from power lines while still leaving the trees in a healthy and attractive condition. Now, I will be putting a submission in on that policy review. One of the points I will be making, because if I remember rightly, the draft that's on exhibition says something along the lines of Essential Energy can come along and cut trees or prune them or remove them as they see fit. And I just don't think that's acceptable. There has to be a way that their needs to maintain clearance can be achieved and our needs to maintain the trees healthy and attractive can be done. It happened for many years, and I can't see why it can't continue to happen. it was said, I think last month that, well, we shouldn't have planted trees under power lines. Well, they shouldn't have put power lines above our trees either. Which came first? Nobody knows. But my point is that it says, the update for this month says the resolution to have those discussions has been superseded by resolution 11 from last month. Well, it hasn't been superseded. No matter what we end up with as the final policy, I still believe we should be having discussions with Essential Energy to try to achieve both organisations' aims. And I am simply asking that instead of it saying matter closed, that we put it back to ongoing until we finalise the policy and we have some discussions with them to try to get some sort of cooperation happening. So that's my request, that it's not be matter closed, that it be ongoing.
So through the chair, I think that we should be trying to seek a meeting with Essential Energy to understand why they cut the middle out of the tree. So I'm happy to take that on and provide that.
So maybe leave it as ongoing and with the suggestion that we have a meeting. And I agree with you. And the other thing I'd make a comment if I could is that the clearances for trees have changed over the years. So if a tree was put 20 years ago, the clearance of X number of metres was allowed. Now that's been doubled.
And nobody for a moment is suggesting that we should let trees grow up through lines and cause fire hazards or, branches to fall on lines, anything like that. I'm not suggesting that. But there has to be a way that we are not left with trees like some of the ones that I've seen around the town that just have one side chopped out or a big chunk out of them, and it looks dreadful.
I'm more than happy to talk to
and change the name. Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, I put the motion that report 12.7 is received information. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to 12.8 playground update report. The recommendation of support is provided for council information. Motion, please. Councillor Trimbath, Councillor Hayden. Thank you. Councillor Trimbath.
Yeah, motion as it stands. Just like to thank the Jackman and Director for the report. It's really good, and I look forward to the next report. Now that you've got my money.
Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'd just like to thank our Technical Services Director for the report. I appreciate the work that's gone into the Playground Make Safe program, and I understand that there's been procurement and funding challenges. However, I am becoming increasingly concerned that council resolutions are being overtaken by changing commentary, than being implemented as adopted. Council resolved to remove non-compliant equipment, approve works in the works program, develop the playground hierarchy and replace equipment at Armstrong Place, Buckley Crescent, Bly Street, Miss Wilson and Glendware Avenue South in a staged process as funding become available. The hierarchy is now progressed and funding has been identified, part funding through the Town Improvement Legacy Fund process. And I therefore ask that the adopted resolution now be implemented, that these residential neighbourhood playgrounds that are part 5 of the resolution remain a priority. Families in those areas have already seen equipment removed. They should not be left indefinitely waiting while priorities continue to shift or new reasons are identified for delaying replacement. Another of the reasons I note through the report was that the land in Armstrong Place does not belong to council, and I actually I've known that that's been part of DCJ now for quite a period of time. If that was in fact DCJ land, why did council take the playground equipment out of it? So regardless of who owns the land, I want to see the playground equipment replaced. 7 kids just live up around the corner of one street, another 3 in the house down from them up in the next street. There are 9 children, and all of those kids do not have access to playgrounds that they can safely walk to. So I understand that we've got this report here and the the review that's been done, the budget items that you've listed there, but I really think we need to get. I've noticed there's 2 more additions to the playground, being Pump Track and the Oberon Sports Complex playground. I just want to focus on the resolution that we had in force, which was from 1, 2, 3, 4 and part 5, and that we've done part 1, part 2, part 3, half of part 4, and I'd like to see part 5 start to get implemented so the playgrounds can be put back. The Technical Services Director does a fantastic job, her and her staff, but the community, and you probably know that through the survey as well, the community want playgrounds back.
If I can comment on that one, there hasn't been any funding allocated for stage 5 to reinstate those items. There was only funding allocated for stage 2 and now for stage 1, and now we've got funding for stage 2. However, there was no funding allocated for stage 5, so we cannot put play equipment back in those Buckley Playground, Fly Street, Greenbar, South, Armstrong, in those, so that if council allocates funding, then we can replace it, and there was not a motion from council in the past. We previously put baby swings in all of those, which wasn't supported at the time, so as long as there's no funding allocated, I want to rest.
I just want to make a point that be a priority. If there is some funding.
The Technical Services Director finish.
I thought you did, sorry.
No, you have that.
So I just want to note that it is a priority, and if I even find some grants separate to what state government has, I'll find them and send them through to Gary, because it really is a priority and we need to get that underway. Thank you.
Good. Yes. So anyone else discussion? I'd just like to ask, so that, now that we have this 43,580 for the VOMO, and that has to be dedicated towards the common, doesn't it?
Correct.
So are we able to use part of the 80,000 that we agreed to go to playgrounds under resolution 999 towards the 50% contribution?
Through the chair, I've tried to summarise the financial implications under financial implications, where originally we said there was 232,000 something allocated for stage 1 majority, which left us a saving of about almost 40 grand. Then we got the extra 43 through Veolia, so we reconsidered and we had an additional estimate of 50 grand for drainage at the common adventure. So that left us as total savings for stage 1 of about 34.
Yes.
And we were still left with remaining at stage 2 of 100. So that leaves a difference of about 70. So if we get the 80, that will fulfill that, just fills that gap for stage 2.
Right.
So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yes, it does, because the 50% of 43 we funded elsewhere. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, right, thank you. So we should be able to complete stage 2 complete.
Yes.
That's the gist of it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Not, I put the motion, all in favour? Thank you. 12.9 for sale of land debt collection completion. Recommendation report item 12.9 has received information. A motion, please. Ms. Councillor O'Connor. Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Director of Corporate Services, for a very good report. Looks like the journey's been completed and it's been successful, thanks to your team. And I would think it's less than 10% of the costs are less than 10%, which is just outstanding. So thank you. And just on another matter, at what stage do we get another report coming back for slow payers and possibly aged debtors? Just so we can see that we're keeping on top of it.
Through the chair, we systematically bring back reports like that based on our debt collection activities. So we can absolutely bring one back and give an idea of the age of the debt now that we've cleared some of those ones out. So
thank you.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Matty, earlier on the piece. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this matter? Not a put the motion, all in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 13, urgent business. There's no urgent business. 14, closed session confidential reports. The following business, 14.1, legal consultancy fees, 14.2, assessment 1236733, water write-off request, 14.3, assessment 1239401, write-off request, are considered by the General Manager to be confidential pursuant to Section 1002 of the Local Government Act, and those matters should be dealt with in a closed part of the meeting. Can I have someone move us into confidential, please? Moved by Councillor Tremor, seconded by Councillor O'Connor. All in favour? Cease the recording, please. Karen. During the confidential section of the meeting, the following resolutions were resolved. 14.1, legal and consultancy fees, moved by Councillor O'Connor, seconded by Councillor Trembath. The report item 14.1 is received. 14.2, assessment 1236733, water write-off request, moved by Councillor O'Connor and seconded by Councillor Hayden that council do not write off legal fees on assessment 1236733. Following motion, which was an amendment to the recommendation, was moved by Councillor Tucker and seconded by Councillor O'Connor that Council 1 write off $4,683.83 off water usage charges for assessment 1239401, reducing the March 2026 quarter account to the property's average quarterly consumption.
No,
that
shouldn't be in.
That was removed. Right off yes, take the second part wasn't in there. So we'll read one write off $4,683.83 of water usage charges for assessment 1239401. 2, require Oberon Leagues Football Club Limited to pay the full cost of repair works undertaken by council, including labour, materials and associated on costs. 3, offer a payment plan arrangement. I note that the next council meeting will be held on the 21st July 2026, commencing at 5:30 p.m. in the Oberon Council Chambers, 137 Oberon Street, Oberon. I thank everyone for their attendance tonight, and I declare the meeting closed at 10:15 p.m.